Wake up! Wake up, wake up, wake up!
Good morning, Vietnam!
Hello there.
What's happening?
I feel the need for speed. Ow! Warrior, come on to play!
Here's Johnny!
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Cinemateq live stream. It is Tuesday and that means I'm going to be talking about a lot of the films that I've seen over the last half week, full week or so. Thank you very much again for joining me. I'm also going to be doing some recording today. Of course, I'm recording right now. I record everything that I do on live stream, but I will be recording new footage for the Criterion Closet series and the ongoing Roasting Your Letterboxd account series. So if you haven't followed me on Letterboxd yet, now would be a good time to do it, because that means you're going to get roasted. That's how it works here. That's how we're going to do it. The new tradition, now that we start off a live stream, is with a little game called Framed. It's like Wordle, but for movies. And so I am going to flip over here to this view, get this all sorted out. Hey, Fernanda's here, and they're early. Hello, 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 and welcome, welcome. All right. So this is a very important game of Framed. Earlier on Twitter, the Toronto, the TFCA? The Toronto Film Critic Association, yes. So earlier today on Twitter, the Toronto Film Critic Association said I could join their ranks if I solved this Earlier today, the Toronto Film Critic Association said that I could join their ranks if I solved the Framed in one go. So there's a lot riding on this, a lot to play for, a lot to check and see. So let's see what we're dealing with. Oh, wait, I know what this is. Hold on a second. Shit, is this a Harry Potter movie? No, it's not a Harry Potter movie. Oh my god, I need to be able to get this in one. I need to join the Critics Association. Rocco, what are you doing under there? No. No one in the chat tell me the answer. This is important. This is important. Oh no. Oh no. I know what movie it is. God damn it. Okay. Shit. I'm just gonna have to pick something then. What would be okay? We've got a guy walking. It's not The Witch, because The Witch was yesterday. I'm just gonna move chat so I can't even possibly see it. Get out of here, chat. I'll come back to you in a second. I gotta do this. Okay. This has got to be. What has this got to be? Is it a Harry Potter film? No, it's not Tombstone. What would this be? Shit. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this in one. But it's not Harry Potter, is it? Oh no. See, now I'm getting stuck because I need to pick something and I can't. Shit. I'm gonna pick one of the Harry Potter movies because this is so stupid. Prisoner of Azkaban. Oh, it's such a dumb pick. I hate this. I hate this. Nope. Wasn't Harry Potter. Wait, oh, what is this? I guess I can kiss the Toronto Film Critic Association goodbye, because I still don't even know. It's not. What? What is this? Oh, I feel like a bad cinephile right now. I feel real bad. I don't know. I'm sure if I were to look at chat right now, I'd have a bunch of people telling me that I'm an idiot. It's not Ready or Not, is it? No, that's not the right house. It's not the right mansion. Rocco, hey, knock it off. Very important things are happening right now. You'll get fed soon, don't worry. The machine will take care of you. Like, The Aviator? No, it can't be The Aviator, can it? Oh. Okay. I honestly don't know what this is. I don't recognize, I think is that John Voight on the left? But he looks kind of young. Oh god. Maybe it's Colin Farrell on the right. What if we went with Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Or wait, Oh Brother. I think it's just one O. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? This feels risky. This feels risky. Got it! Boom! Did not get it in one, so I am not a member of the Toronto Film Critics Association yet, but feeling pretty good about this. Feeling pretty good about that guess. Is that Jon Voight on the left, or is it just someone who looks like Jon Voight? Whoo! Whoo! Wow, they can't even get proper 1080p photos. This site looks terrible on my monitor. Yeah, it doesn't look great. I don't know how the guy actually gets the different stills. Like, I don't know if it's just someone taking like rips or if these are promotional stills coming off of IMDb, but it does seem to be that they're like arranged in a way that you can like figure out what it is. Like, obviously number 1 is the hardest. Actually, I should be showing. Wait, where's the cat? I feel like he's fucking around. Hey, get out of there, dude. My cat has a problem where if he feels like he's not getting enough attention, he'll just try to eat the cables of my computer, which is not something that I am a big fan of. Where'd he go? All right, he's drinking water. That's better. That's a better way to solve one of his problems. Whew. What page is that? It's called framed.wtf. So yeah, I can just show it to you guys here. I'll just like make this smaller and get it back to size so we can see the chat properly. That's something else I'm going to be doing a little bit differently today, is that I'm going to have like different views depending on what's going on. Like if I'm filming a segment for a future video, then I'm probably going to go to a thing where you won't be able to see the chat and like the ticker will be gone, and yeah, it'll look a bit different. But that's mostly so I can make things look like super good. Brent asking 1024 by 434, like what even resolution is that? So that to me sounds like it's, well, I mean, I can probably tell you. Let me get a calculator. So we do 1024 divide 434. Yeah, so that's a 2.35 to 1 ratio, which is CinemaScope basically, or panorama vision, or whatever it's called. Oh my god, I think the cat's gonna climb up the back of my chair. Hi. Do you want up on my lap so you can stop being a little jerk? You know what? Come here. Come here. Oh, you obviously want attention, so now you're gonna get it. Hello, Mildred. Thank you for joining us. My little cat is being a little bit of a jerk, so yeah. But yeah, so Brent, that resolution is 2.35 to 1, which is like standard, like not standard widescreen. Standard widescreen is 1.85 to 1. But most like Hollywood films that you see will be in that aspect ratio. So this probably means that these, that this is coming from like a 720p digital file. So odds are this person just like downloaded a bunch of 720p torrents or something like that and just ripped like the best ones. But yeah, so obviously like by the end, if you don't know this is Brother Where Art Thou, then you probably are never gonna get that. But that's obviously also from that. And then this one, I was kind of just taking a swing because it looked like it was newer. It definitely, like this stuff, them playing the instruments, that's definitely something that's very heavy. Definitely something that's very much a part of Oh Brother Where Art Thou. So I was like, all right, that's probably what it is. I don't know who gets it on number 1, but it's not me. It's not me. Hopefully that is a very good framed video that can come out tomorrow. And if you haven't already, I am on TikTok, and I will just put it up here quickly because the one that I put up just earlier today is doing pretty well for itself. So yeah, you can watch my my framed adventures. So this one, part 2, was not on a live stream. So the only way you could watch it is either on TikTok or on YouTube. I made a special video for it, and I plan on doing that pretty much every day. I want to do like a video for every single framed, and they do a new one every day. So there you go. But now we must also pay respect to the other tradition on this channel, which is starting with Wordle. I get the ratio, but makes the images bigger. I'm zoomed in 400% of my monitor. Jeez. I'm also like on that specific page. I'm zoomed in like 150. No, I'm zoomed in 200%. So like 100% for me would look like this on my 4K monitor. Actually, no, that's 100%. So even I'm like zooming in to get it a bit bigger, and I could probably go a bit larger, honestly. Yeah, I'll probably do 250 next time we do this, now that I think about it. Good idea, TJ. Good idea. Although I still want to be able to show... whatever, doesn't matter. Let's do Wordle, now that I have a big old cat on my lap who really, really needs attention for some reason right now. Don't you? It's because you're hungry, isn't it? You'll get fed in like half an hour, don't worry. The machine never forgets you. Alright, let's do row 8. My favorite starting word. Ooh. Another one I like is shit. Linus? Because that gets me a lot. Does Linus work? I can't remember. No, Linus is a name. What's another E? Oh yeah, the U. Linligh. Oh yeah, I guess I can test to see if the T's at the end. And it's not. So we got the L there. T-A-L. Have I tried an S yet? Tails? In celebration of Sonic 2 coming out this weekend? No, I guess not. Okay, so I know that the T's in the middle. So that's interesting. And the L is at the end. So A-T blank L. Pet. Like P-A-T. No. What's a P-A-T word? K-A-T? Cattle. Cattle? No, that's not right. What? What's another word I could use here? May. M-A-N. Because I want to get some other stuff. M-U-N. Monday. Is Monday a word? I wanted all those letters, though. F. Fun. Funds. Not a great pick. Hey, got an N, though. Alright. So then if it's N-A-T, and it ends in an L, natal? Woo-hoo-hoo! Let me know in chat if you got that one, too. If you did, I'm impressed, because I'm a little bit impressed with myself. I know that probably doesn't sound very hard to do, but sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. Gosh dang. Alright. So now I'm already feeling pretty good. I'm already feeling pretty good about this stream. We've done a lot of good stuff. Dora, you knew the answer? Nice. Did you play Word already today, or were you doing it? Are you doing it along with me? I'm so jealous that you can hit the backspace key. When I do that, the browser just goes back. I have to click the backspace button on the keyboard. Why would you do that? Why would you do that to yourself? Tracy's here. Hello, Tracy. Good to see you. Let's see here. Isn't that from the old Hollywood-based movie? I'm just going through some of the old... Oh no, I'm an HP fan and I know that it's not. Well, I should have been looking at... I should have been looking at chat, I guess. Also, yeah, I did... one of the reasons why I closed the chat while I was doing that is that I saw Nick put in, like, Young Guns 2, and I was like, shit, is it Young Guns 2? Or no, I saw you put in Young Guns, and I was like, I can't even have this in my mind, because it'll just throw me off even more. And then when that one image came up with them playing, like, the fiddle and everything, I'm like, oh shit, is this Young Guns? How am I gonna know? How do I do this? How do I operate now? So that's the main reason why I made you guys go away. You got it in 3? Not bad, not bad. Although I don't know how... I mean, impressive. It's very impressive. When is the Guess the Movie game starting? Andy, it already happened. It already happened. But if you missed it, you can just go back a little bit in time and see it. I was kind of freaking out for a lot of it, so I'm sure that's entertaining in its own way. And I'm also going to be turning it into its own YouTube short and TikTok video tomorrow. So you'll be able to watch it then. It's always Young Guns. It's not always Young Guns, Nick. It's not always Young Guns. Brent, I'm not doing it, the browser is, or the bad programming not capturing the key input correctly. Interesting. Taser Faint Natal. That's a metal band name, maybe. Taser Faint Metal? Or Taser Faint Natal? Hello, we are Taser Faint Natal, and we are here to fuck you up. We are German, ja. We are the tasers and feints and natals. Okay. Ugh. I'm just paying so much attention to this big cat. Ugh, this big cat who doesn't want to get on camera all of a sudden. Ugh, here he is. Ugh. Ugh. Did you really need to attack me on camera? That wasn't very nice. Alright, back down you go. Natal taser would be good? Yeah. Hey. Alright. Hey, if you're gonna be like this, you gotta go. There are rules, and when the cat doesn't follow the rules, he must go away. Can't believe I didn't kick him off after he hit me in the head, although I guess I can expect it, because I was picking him up and he clearly does not want to be held right now. So that's my own fault. That is my own fault. Alright, so today on the live stream we're doing some stuff. We're going to be talking about some movies that I've watched over the last few days. I'm going to be talking about a bit of a programming change for this channel. Nothing too big, nothing too specific. Well, I mean, something very specific, but nothing too big. Nothing that'll throw you off too much. Going to be doing the Criterion Closet reaction for this week. We'll also be shooting the Letterboxd light roasting. So if you haven't followed me on Letterboxd, please go do that. And then there's some random things going around in film news today that I thought we could talk about as well. Some fun trailers, some clips, some things like that. So yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I think first of all we should probably just start with talking about some movies, because I feel like there are probably some people here who have some thoughts on a particular superhero movie that came out recently and they want to get them off their chest. So I'm going to start things off by just showing you guys the one of the trailers for Morbius, and then I am going to talk about Morbius. I'll try to keep it spoiler free, but I can't guarantee that people in the chat won't bring up spoilers. So if you desperately want to avoid spoilers for one of the worst films of the year, then I invite you to check out and come back in, like, I don't know, 10 or 12 minutes, maybe a bit longer. So let's get into this, and let's watch this trailer so we know what we're all talking about.
Michael Morbius.
Discover who you're meant to be. The bad guy. I was trying to help people, but the cure, it's a curse.
Michael.
I have powers that can only be described as superhuman, but there's a cost. Now, I face a choice: to hunt and consume blood, or die.
We all have monsters within us. It's up to us to control it.
What if I can't?
Michael Morbius.
You've been given a gift. Not exactly.
Time to let go of what you used to be.
Discover who you're meant to be.
All our lives we've lived with death. Why shouldn't they know what it feels like for a change? Just accept who you are.
The bad guy.
Morbius.
Holy water? Really?
Yeah. You ever see Lost Boys?
Story of my life.
A new Marvel Legend arrives exclusively in movie theaters April 1st.
See Louis telling me to watch the teaser because it's better, but I'll tell you right now, it doesn't matter for what we're going to be talking about with this movie, and how much of and I believe Nick says it best here, a dumpster fire. What a bad movie Morbius is, and I'm probably not telling you anything you haven't heard from a bunch of other people already at this point. But I'll get into a bit of like why I think it was bad, what particularly about it was not great. I guess the first thing that pops to mind just from watching that trailer is the amount of stuff that was kind of promised to us in a trailer like this and was not delivered upon. Like, and once again, I'm probably just gonna get into spoilers because I honestly just don't give a shit about this movie, and I don't think anyone should go see it. And if me spoiling it for you means that you don't see it, I feel like I'm probably doing you a service. I am providing you with a service by spoiling this film for you. So in this trailer, we do see a moment where supposedly Michael Keaton, as the Vulture, is talking to Jared Leto. That doesn't fucking happen. At least not in the film proper. Everything as it's set up in the trailer just looks so much cooler than it actually ends up being in the actual film, which is nothing new with a comic book film. But I can truly say, watching this trailer, you know, after seeing the film, like seeing it again with fresh eyes, the trailers for this film are so much better than watching the film itself, because there seems to be more depth and more variety to what the film actually offers in the trailer. Like, you see these different scenes. There's the scene on the container ship, which Brent pointed out was like the freezer scene in Predator 2. There are scenes within Michael's lab. There is the scene in the subway. There are various fights around New York City. And so in the trailer, you get this idea that this is kind of like a fairly sizable world. They're going places. They're going into different parts of this world, inhabiting them and messing them up. But that's not the case. That's not the case. This movie feels really, really small, actually. And I think this ties in with a lot of my feelings that I've been having about superhero films for the last 10 plus years, but I'm still having trouble putting my finger on it exactly. And I think Morbius, with its shittiness, has really allowed me to like think about this on a very critical level. And I think I'm getting pretty close to it in my mind. And the thing that is now starting to bother me with a lot of superhero films is how small they feel. Morbius feels like a very, very small movie. And that's largely because of how the different scenes and setups are connected together. I think that if we were to go through the entire film, there's probably less than 10 sets. There's like there's a particular New York apartment. There is the medical the medical facility that Michael Morbius uses. There's like his new secret hidden lair at the bottom, underneath like an abandoned subway or something. What else? Like actual physical sets that they built. I actually can't think of anything more beyond that. Like the movie is not a big movie, and so you're either getting like pure CGI action set pieces that look like shit at the back end of the film, or you're getting these like couple of different setups in a couple of like okay looking sets, and then that's it. The whole film is just small and tiny and bad looking. And it seems like a lot of the connective tissue between all of these scenes is meant to be like these sort of bigger CGI moments. But once again, they haven't spent the money on the CGI. We looked at it last week, and the budget of Morbius was only like $80 million. And it's clear that like a lot of that money went to Jared Leto, because they didn't spend money on anything else. There was nothing going for it. So from like an actual shooting the film, getting the film ready to go, and focusing on like these different story elements and putting them inside of a world that feels like as large as New York City should feel, the film just like completely fails right from the get-go. Now, that aside, for for the first 2/3 of the film, it felt like they were at least trying. It felt like they were at least trying to make a good movie and were just being perhaps restricted by certain things, whether it be the budget, the shooting schedule they were under, whatever it was. It felt like they were at least trying. But then for the last third of the movie, it's very clear that everyone, and I don't know how this happens because like the film's shot out of order, right? Like films are shot out of order. You could go into your first day on set if you're Jared Leto and be shooting a scene from the last third of the movie, and that's your first scene, right? Somehow in that last third of the movie, it feels like they just completely gave up on the film and said, okay, how can we get this to be as short as possible so that we can fit in as many screenings as possible throughout the day? I know that other critics have mentioned this. They've said that it feels like the film should have probably been maybe 2 hours and 10 minutes. There's a lot of scenes that feel very short, very choppy. And I honestly don't know if that would have helped in the last third of the film. It really felt like that was maybe a section of the film that got a lot of reshoots or just a lot of tightening and a lot of shortening. And in this case, I will call it over tightening. And it just completely falls apart. Like any effort, any energy that you had going into that last third just completely dissipates because it all just turns into mush. CGI, terrible mush. And then just shit happens that doesn't make any sense. And I know they're trying to do some things because they're setting it up for future films, but like, oh, it's just so goddamn annoying. And I think also the one other thing that I'll just say, like in terms of Morbius being terrible, is that they seem very caught up in this one plot point of like, if Morbius drinks the red blood or like human blood, he'll turn into a bad guy. And so this is like an eternal struggle that he has to deal with. And it's kind of coming from like a similar place as Blade, the original Blade film. In Blade, like there's obviously like Blade doesn't want to suck the blood of humans. And so he has like a special serum made up that satisfies his thirst. And he never really wants to do it. And then at the end of the film, he eventually has to suck the blood of the female lead in the film in order to get his strength back up so he can go kick Stephen Dorff's ass. And pretty much the same thing happens here, beat for beat, at the end of Morbius, except that, like, he does have red blood before that point. Like, he has it at the very beginning of the film, and then he has it at a point later on. Like, I'm pretty sure when, what's his name? When Matt Smith's character, like, leaves him that package of blood in the jail cell, that's red blood. It's not synthetic blood. So, like, he had the red blood. So, obviously, drinking the red blood doesn't make him a bad guy. But then they still continue on in the film pretending like that's a plot point when it isn't. And that to me, that moment was when I stopped giving the film the benefit of the doubt and just said, nope, they obviously didn't give a shit. They obviously didn't care. They're in this for a quick buck, and I should not treat this film with any kind of kid gloves or any kind of like, well, they tried their best. Because they clearly fucking didn't. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with Morbius. I'm honestly just thinking back on it now and thinking about some of the critics who I saw on Twitter say, it's a really fun movie. It's great. It's just like the Venom movies. It's fun and cool. And like, no, nothing about it is good. And then the thing that then comes into my mind while also thinking about this is like what they do with the post-credit scenes. There's two of them and they're kind of connected. But like I said, I don't really give a shit about spoilers for this film because don't fucking see it. And like plug your ears for a second if you don't want spoilers. But the first post-credit scene, we find out that the Vulture from the MCU is now in the Sony universe. He like went through there because of the multiverse of madness stuff that happened in Spider-Man No Way Home. And then we get a shot for the final post-credit scene of Morbius like fucking driving out into the middle of nowhere, and Vulture meets him, but it's just Vulture, right? So they didn't actually get Michael Keaton back to do this. So it's just kind of like Michael Keaton speaking. And the way that it's cut together and the way that the final edit just like hits before even allowing the answer of Michael Morbius to hit just says to me it was so last minute, so shoddily done. And like, there was probably a longer scene there that they were trying to cut off. Like, when I edit my own stuff, and you can probably notice this when you see my own videos when they go up on YouTube, there might be a moment when like the cut comes a little bit too quickly and I'm moving on to the next thing. And that's largely because I'm probably like cutting off a sentence right in the middle of it. And there isn't enough room. And I just couldn't believe it. Like, this is something that they think is going to launch and help perpetuate a larger series of movies, and yet they just put nothing into it. They just put nothing into it. They put no effort. They put nothing there. It's eternally frustrating. I've seen this take around a lot, and like the idea being that, oh, we should grade superhero films on a curve. And like, no. And like, it also, you know, that also tends to go to blockbusters as well. No, we should not be grading these films on curves. They are the most pre-planned films in existence. They are so tied up in marketing and making sure they fit into broader universes that there should be no little detail or no little bullshit thing about them that goes unnoticed, or that should not be thought out in advance. There is no problem that they should encounter that cannot be fixed in pre-production, because all of these films are being done in pre-production for the most part. And what I mean by that is that they are so rigorously planned, or at least they should be, that all of these issues should be worked out. But they don't. They can't, because they don't give a shit. It's such a naked cash grab that it becomes infuriating to even talk about. I know, Rocco's even upset too, aren't you? I mean, he's upset because he doesn't have food yet. 15 minutes, Rocco. Actually, no, 10 minutes. You're almost there. Maybe lose my train of thought about this goddamn movie. And yeah, like, obviously all of like the MCU films, the DC films, they're all cash grabs. They're all cash grabs. But at least with those films, there is... Hey, Rocco. What are you doing? Stop trying to eat my cords, dude. Do you want to say hi to everyone again? Or no? What's going on? You want to come up here? Sorry, everybody. The cat's getting a little getting a little hungry. Have you ever seen the meme of what a cat thinks it looks like after its food bowl is empty, and it's just like a cat that's like this thick, very, very thin string cat? Hey, what's going on? You want to come up here? Come on, Rocco. The people are watching. Nothing? You're just gonna lay down? You are very much a cat. But yeah, just to finish that thought while I'm waiting for Rocco to eventually jump up on my lap. The MCU films and the DCU films, they're all naked cash grabs. Like, that's what they are. They put money into them, they get a lot of money back, and a lot of those big studios love those big budget box office blockbusters. I think I used the letter B too much in that sentence, but that's just the way it is. But we tend to forgive some of the films like Spider-Man No Way Home, perhaps the upcoming Doctor Strange 2, the Batman and things like this, because there's effort. There's at least visible effort in at least trying to please the fan base or make a good movie. And Morbius is doing neither of those things. And as such, it's just shit. It's just shit. And I think that's about all I have to say about it. So if if everyone here was just like plugging their ears because of spoilers, you can stop plugging your ears. So yeah, it's so bad. I will go through your comments though, because obviously there's a lot more we can talk about here, because I think a lot of you actually have seen it. Morbius is so bad, it's not worth pirating it. Agreed. Like, I would rather put a virus directly on my computer than even have the remote possibility of accidentally watching that film in the future again. I can gladly say I haven't seen it. I don't mind the spoilers. Well, Panda, I'm glad to hear it. Also, I don't think I've seen you in the chat before. Welcome to the Cinemateq live streams. Hope you're having a good time. Hope my cat isn't distracting you too much, because he is distracting me. Watching Morbius was like getting a root canal. Yep, I believe it. Leto and the cop with Gibson were the only decent performances. Yeah, that's kind of the funny thing about it, right? About Morbius is that like Jared Leto is fine. He's fine in the role. It's just everything else is bad. And yeah, I guess the one other cop is okay, but he's barely in the film, so I don't even feel like that registers as a positive, you know? That's probably just another negative. You know, they didn't feature him enough for him to be like a major part of the film. It's kind of like what everyone was saying with No Time to Die, with Ana de Armas being the best part of the film. Like, hey, why didn't they realize when they were shooting this and writing the script that maybe this really awesome role and this really awesome actress, maybe she should be in the film a little bit more? And they just kind of missed on that. And for the record, like, the cop in this film is nowhere near the level of Ana de Armas in No Time to Die, like, not even close. But even still, like, he was noteworthy enough in this complete shit stack of a film to garner this kind of attention where people are like, oh, let's have more of him, or he was good, let's praise this guy. So bad. Let's see, a couple of vampire scenes were cool, but beside these things, yeah, it sucked. Even I mean, the thing with the vampire scenes to me is that a lot of them included such a large amount of CGI, which apparently wasn't even necessary. Like, I read an article the other day saying that Jared Leto fought against the use of prosthetics in this film. So we could have had a more natural looking, more realistic looking Morbius. But Jared Leto said no. He wanted to have his face done completely in CGI when he was the monster, which, again, just another thing that I don't like about it. And I know people have also talked about how Morbius was like not great because there was like no blood in it. Like, how can you have a vampire movie without blood in it? But we had, you know, like 4 Twilight films that are vampire films, and, you know, they were PG-13 or whatever, and they had blood in it. Like, they figured it out. So, like, it's possible to tell a vampire story with blood in it. You just gotta do it. Like, you just gotta fucking figure it out. No Way Home feel big and well done. See, that's the thing. I also think No Way Home suffers from that thing that I'm talking about with comic book films, where it feels small. Like, it just feels like you're in a couple of different sets that are stitched together with bigger CGI set pieces and things like this. But No Way Home was just a bigger film in general, so it felt bigger. The counterpoint I will give to this, or at least an example, a counterexample, I would say, would be like The Batman. Obviously, a lot of that is shot on sets, but there's just such a large number of them, and they're all shot in kind of different ways when they do return to them, that it feels like you're in a much larger world. Whereas in Morbius and No Way Home, to a lesser extent, they feel like smaller worlds because of the way that they utilize sets and CGI to bridge between those two, between the sets. One of the worst superhero films I've seen. Yep, I agree with that. Jared Leto is really not having a lot of luck with comic book properties. Yeah, Yeah, I did see a tweet earlier today that made me laugh. It said something like, so Jared Leto just decided to be the Daniel Day-Lewis of bad movies then, huh? I kind of laughed at that. Agree wasn't good, but the first act feels like they were trying to do something good and had a couple of good things, and then it turned into a dumpster fire. Yeah, there were some things in the first third that I could point to and say, okay, I kind of liked what they did here. I think ooh. Cat just got fed. Hooray. Yeah, there were a couple of things in the first third of the film that I can point to and say, that was cool. That was nice. I mentioned it on a stream previously where they named the ship that all of the research gets done, or the testing, I should say. They named it the Murnau, which is a nod to F.W. Murnau, the director of Nosferatu. So, like, that's a fun little thing for people like me who would notice shit like that. But then a lot of that just doesn't exist anymore. Like I said, it just feels like they stopped caring at some point in the film. What makes me concerned about these kinds of superhero movies before they come out is that they're rated PG and not R. See, Panda, like, I understand where you're coming from with that, but for me, R and PG-13 have nothing to do with quality. Some of the best movies ever made are PG-13. Some of the best movies ever made are G. They don't necessarily have anything to do with storytelling. And I think that if you go into a film knowing that it's going to be PG-13, and like the studio should have told them that they were aiming for PG-13 so they, as filmmakers, could aim for it, they can still tell a good vampire story with a PG-13 rating. They probably have to cut around some stuff. They can't rely on having like big swaths of blood being splashed on the wall, but you can get around that. You can still tell a good story, a good vampire story, and have it be PG-13. I'm convinced of that because Just look at the entirety of film history. So many good films are PG-13, and yet this one wasn't. Rocco, what's the matter? I may have to go, after I'm done talking about Morbius, I may have to go check on him. Rocco? Hey. Alright. Leto was great in Snyder Cut. Give him another chance. I mean, he's going to keep getting chances, so I'm not worried about that. Leto was a crap Joker. Horrible. Leto needs to stay away from the comic book films. Enough is enough. It looks like then there's just people talking about, going back and forth about Leto. TJ works in the movie industry. His Morbius review is an insider's point of view. I mean, I have worked in the movie industry in a few different roles. Mostly I say that my perspective comes from someone who just watches a lot of movies, but also has an academic background in film and filmmaking, and also working in the film industry. So there are probably channels on YouTube where you could get like a more insider's look into it, but I guess I kind of give a bit of that. It's more about just sort of like what I remember from that, from my time working professionally. Also a successful cash grab for sure. Oh yeah, and Tom's here. Hello, Tom. Batman vs. Superman Ultimate Edition was good. I haven't seen it, and I have no real want or need to. Saw the first one once. That's enough. The Batman had great aspects like acting, music, choreography, etc. Yeah, it had a bunch of other components to it that were also just much better than Morbius. But to the point I was referring to, it felt like a more complete, lived-in world that we were seeing a story in, and just felt bigger. It felt more epic, and you just don't get that with Morbius. Not to say that it needed to be epic, but it also needed to feel like not a tiny film shot by people working with like a $1 million budget, because that's kind of what it feels like. Like I honestly think that a scrappy indie director with some like special effects experience, with say a $5 to $10 million budget, with lesser known actors, could have put together a much better film than what we got with Morbius. Easily. Like, what we got on display there was just a complete lack of filmmaking anything. With the exception of, like, sometimes Jared Leto's performance, and I guess that one cop that everyone loves. Rocco, what's up? Hey, but you just ate. What's the problem? Is this just, like, more attention? Rocco. Hey. What are you doing? Come back up here? Alright. Hopefully he said, I got the cat on my lap. Hopefully he settles down and we can have an uninterrupted talk. It has become too much VFX and too little story. Yeah, I think that's probably true. I just don't trust Jared Leto anymore. That's fair. I think so, and I mean, I don't know if anyone else would have seen this article, but you probably saw the article that came out talking about Jared Leto's bathroom breaks on the set of Morbius. Apparently they took like 45 minutes whenever he needed to just go to the washroom to urinate, because he was doing so in character. So like, even when he was playing Morbius after he got like all buffed up and vampire-like, he was still going to the bathroom really slow, because he felt like his character would still be moving at like a slow pace, or like not have understood how to go to the bathroom quickly or something like that. I don't know. In any case, they actually had to like talk to him and be like, hey man, we're shooting a movie here. We can't just have you taking 45-minute piss breaks. Like, what the hell? So I honestly don't know what came out about that, but yeah, it was revealed in an interview, I think, with someone who was working on set, being like, so, Jared Leto, was he taking 45-minute pee breaks during Morbius? And the guy was just like, yeah, that's true. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, like, that style of acting, that's cool. You want to do method acting? Fine. But, like, don't be a fucking prick about it, all right? Like, just please don't be a prick. It doesn't give you a license to disrespect the people that you're working with because you're in character or something like that. It's just a fucking cop-out. And for anyone here who's tuning into Cinemateq for the first time, I don't often swear this much, I promise. And yeah, if you are new here, please subscribe to the channel. We do these live streams 3 times a week, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. And I'd appreciate it if you were to like this live stream as well. That'd be super cool. Let's get it up to 10. We're at 8 already. Let's get 2 more likes. That'd be pretty sick. The Batman was more like an actual film, even art. I mean, they're both actual films, right? I sent a tweet to Tiff today because they did some thing where it's like, so what's your favorite movie that's actually a quote unquote film? And I was like, get out of here with your classist bullshit. All films are films. Yeah, it just, you know, the Morbius just feels like it had way more of a cutting cost like type of thing. Kind of like, I guess Morbius is the filmmaking equivalent of a hedge fund buying a company and tearing out all of the other stuff to make it the most profitable and not giving a shit about how many people lose their jobs, and basically turning it into like into a skeleton of its previous self so it can be like the most profitable. That's kind of, Morbius feels like the film equivalent of that. Leto just another Oscar disgraced artist. Yeah, there's a few of those kicking around now, huh? After that award, he started behaving as if he needed to overperform. Yeah, I guess that's kind of true, eh? Although he did kind of reel it in for Blade Runner 2049, but I think that probably... I wonder if, like, Denis Villeneuve, if he's like, oh, Jared Leto's going to be in this role, I should probably, like, really tone down what this person's going to be doing so he doesn't go, like, too over the top. I would have got rid of Daniel Craig and made the whole Bond movie with Ana de Armas. I mean, yeah. Maybe they'll do that for the next one. That'd be kind of fun. Of course, James Bond can be a Latina spy. Why not? Would love to see the entire movie with Anna as lead. That would be incredible. Yeah, Knives Out exists. True. Leto's interviews are more entertaining. Yeah. What other movies did you see? Oh, I'll be getting into those, Tracy. I just knew that this was going to be a point of a big point of discussion, so I want to just do it, get it done, and then I'll be moving on to some of the other films that I saw. Imagine if they did the Morbius makeup Lost Boys style and just did it totally practical. That really, they really would have upped the quality of the film, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of things they could have done to just make this film a little bit better, and they just ignored all of it. Harmony Korine should do a superhero film. That would be hilarious. I have no idea what that would look like. Maybe he can do a superhero version of Trash Humpers. Maybe. I believe studios should give superheroes a break. We are all tired, and the attempts on trying to bring something outstandingly new, that in the end it just gets lost. So, I mean, the problem here is that studios won't give superheroes a break because that's what makes money. It's just how it is. And honestly, with worldwide box office being what it is, Morbius has a chance of breaking even, which at this point I think would be a huge win for the filmmakers. I believe on its opening weekend it made worldwide like close to $80 million, $90 million. So that means it's already got back its budget. But as we all know, and what I've talked about before, is that in order for a film to break even, it usually has to 4x its budget. 3 to 4x its budget. So it still needs to like quadruple what it has right now, but it might be able to. But I really hope that Sony sees this as like a wake-up call for quality. Like for me personally, it doesn't really matter if something is a superhero film or a comic book film. If it's written well and it's shot well and it's well acted, good. That's all I need. And it's just for a large part, a lot of these films are not hitting that. They're just not, because they're trying to be made as efficiently as possible. They're trying to maximize profits as much as possible, and it's really starting to show, especially with Morbius. Leto was good in Blade Runner. He's a real hit or miss these days. Yeah. I mean, maybe it depends on the director that he's working with, right? Like, Denis Villeneuve is a very competent director, whereas the guy who did Morbius has made a few features in the past, but maybe he wasn't the right fit. Maybe he had a tough time working with Leto, Jared Leto. So who knows? 45 minutes to take a whiz? Yeah, seriously. It's a thing. Here, let me see if I can find that article, actually. Jared Leto, Morbius. What is this going to do to my search results, I wonder? or like the ads I'm gonna start getting. I'm gonna be served. Pee break? Yeah, here we go. Jared Leto used a wheelchair for Morbius bathroom breaks to stay in character, director says. Jared Leto is known for staying in character throughout the duration of the film shoots, and on the Morbius set, that apparently meant using a wheelchair to go to the bathroom. Similar to his character in the movie, Leto used crutches on set to maintain his character's physicality. However, the crutches made Leto's bathroom breaks a longer process than needed. Morbius director Daniel Espinosa confirmed to Uproxx that a deal was made where Leto agreed to use a wheelchair for his bathroom breaks instead to quicken up the process. So that's the deal I was referring to. So I guess he was going to the bathroom on his crutches, and it was taking 45 minutes, and they were like, "All right, pal, what if we just got someone to push you in a wheelchair, or you can push yourself around in a wheelchair, and then you can go to the bathroom, and like it'll be faster." And he was like, "Yeah, okay, I guess that works for me." Like, what the hell? Ridiculous. Multiverse of Madness will be amazing. That'd be nice. Still have no idea yet. Yo, what time Sunday? All of the live streams are 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, unless I say otherwise. So Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the Sunday stream. And on that one, I will be reacting to the Canadian Screen Awards, as well as doing this whole movie catch-up thing. I guess that's the programming note that I was going to tell everyone about. I'll tell you right now. I'm going to be shifting around when I do things on certain live streams in order to accommodate like my editing schedule. So from now on, Sundays will be when I talk about movies that I've seen recently, which makes the most sense, honestly. I can't believe I haven't done it earlier. And then Tuesdays will be the days when I do like the Criterion Closet and the letterboxed roasting. And then Thursdays will still be the weekend movie preview. And then of course there'll be other fun things that we do along the way, like quizzes and watching film essays on YouTube and stuff like that. People said Matt Smith was good. He was a bad villain. See, once again, in the early part of the film, he had like a couple of okay moments. He had that silly moment where he was like dancing in front of the mirror, and like he did like his thing like right into the mirror, and like that was kind of funny and silly. But aside from that, like it just wasn't good. Nothing was good. Everybody in Blade Runner was actually pretty decent. Leto held his own. Yeah. Tracy desperately wants my opinion on another movie. We'll get there. We're pretty close. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess it's just yeah, everything is not good in that film. Maybe that's the last thing I need to say about Morbius. It's just not very good. It's a bad movie. We should probably move on. Personal question, what mic do you use? I am currently using a Blue Yeti X. Probably hold it up. Oop, there it is. It's good. I would like it a lot more if I had a proper like mic arm to attach to the desk, so I could actually just like move it up closer to my face. Right now I'm kind of like leaning forward over the CAD and trying to project into it a little bit. But if I could get this thing on a mic stand, I could get it just like right up into my face like a lot of those other streamers do, and that would just make everything sound a little bit better. All right. So let's move on to good movies. Let's talk about the good ones. Pretty much everything else that I saw over the weekend was pretty sick. So the next two I'm going to talk about were ones that we kind of discovered on the weekend movie preview. So please make sure you come back on Sunday, because who knows what gems we're going to come across when we preview the new weekend movies. This one we're going to start off with is the Australian film that we've kind of had our eyes on for a little while because it did so well at the Australian version of the Oscars, the ACTAs, I believe they're called. I'm just trying to like pull this cord out a little bit and not destroy other things. Come on. There we go. I was hiding my headphone cord so Rocco couldn't get it, but now I actually need it. So this film that we are going to look at is called Nitram. It won Best Actor at the Cannes Film Festival for Caleb Landry Jones, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about that after we watch this trailer, just so everyone has an idea of what I'm babbling about. So here we go.
And sometimes I watch myself. Hey, Dad.
Hey, man.
But I don't know who it is that I'm looking at.
Do you walk dogs?
Yeah, I do.
Maybe you could walk my babies for me.
If I could just change it, but I don't know how. So instead, I'm stuck here, like this.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Neither do I.
Yeah, Lou, I know that we saw this, but I like to intro movies that I'm going to talk about, like kind of review by just showing the trailers
Not
again.
doing
So
any
everyone
harm.
kind of knows what I'm talking about.
Leave it be.
You probably actually make a really good Joker, Caleb Landry Jones.
An oddball, a weirdo.
All right, there we go. Okay, so in a bit of a 180 from Morbius, going to talk about an independent film from Australia that would have been shot on a much smaller budget. This premiered at Cannes in 2021. It took it about 10 months to come to North America, and I am so very glad that it did. This is a film that legitimately, if it had come out in 2021, if it had been something that we all could have seen, I imagine this film doing very well at the Cinemateq Film Awards. I imagine this being a film that I would try to champion as one of the best films of 2021, because it absolutely is that. I think maybe I'll start off by first referencing a Nick in the chat saying Caleb Landry Jones legit terrifying in this, and that is basically the linchpin for this entire film is Caleb Landry Jones, his performance, but more precisely the context of his performance and what is being depicted in the film. So this film is based on a real life event. I don't think it's a spoiler for me to tell you this, but if you want to go into the film completely blind, like just plug your ears for a couple of seconds. This film is based off of a real life mass shooting that happened in Australia that led to massive changes in their gun laws. He killed upwards of, I believe, 34 to 35 people. And this film is basically all about him getting to that moment in his life, basically showing the weeks leading up to that event. And what you see is someone who obviously is disturbed in some way. They don't really get into a diagnosis. There are some clinical scenes where they mention that I believe he is bipolar, and that he is perhaps on his meds, off his meds, that he isn't taking his meds consistently enough. There's also an implication that maybe his parents are not the best. It seems like his father is like trying. Feels like his father is trying to do the best for his kid, whereas the mother kind of has this cold, detached way of talking to him, and really their relationship is kind of built off of that cold detachment. And then you just have Caleb Landry Jones himself playing the character of Nitram. And I guess I'll just tell you one other thing about why this movie is called Nitram. I think someone in a previous live stream pointed out that Nitram is actually just Martin spelled backwards, and at no time in this film is he called by his first name. So there's some things where it's like, well, why do people call you Nitram? And he's like, oh, I don't know. That was like a Beatles impression. I don't know why I chose that as my Australian accent. And then at the end of the film, when they start giving you like text on the screen that tells you what this person did and like how many people he killed, they just kept referring to him as the shooter. So I feel like calling this film Nitram and having him referred to as Nitram is a way of making sure that we're not, or that the filmmakers were not glorifying the shooter and what they did. A similar tactic was used, I believe, in Gus Van Sant's Elephant, where the film is not directly based on Columbine. It's just heavily influenced on the Columbine mass shooting at the Columbine High School. And so the names, I believe, are changed. So the lead characters in that film, like, they're not like celebrating these contemptuous pieces of shit who killed a bunch of people. Nitram sounds like Ringo Starr. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. No more Australian accents from me. So as I said, and I'll get to the chat. I'll get back to the chat in a minute. I just want to make sure all my thoughts come out in the right order. So once again, we come back to the linchpin of this whole movie, which is Caleb Landry Jones. And as Nick said, he's legit terrifying in this. That's largely because from at the very beginning of the film, they put a real emphasis on showing you how unpredictable he is and how childlike he can be with that unpredictability. I won't get into specifics, even though I just sort of like gave you the whole context of the film. I do think you should go into the film with not a lot more information. But they do take great pains to show you his unpredictability and how he doesn't have the best critical thinking skills when it comes to, I should or should not be doing this thing in public right now. And it's demonstrated like basically right from the get-go. There's a number of things that are called upon in the first act that set up things in the second act, which then lead on to the third act. The structure of the film, while linear, is done in a way where you sort of just have this like rising feeling in your gut that things are just going to suddenly go very, very, very wrong. And that's kind of what happened to me. Like, it was one of those film going experiences where I got a feeling in my gut and I just kept feeling more uneasy and more uneasy and more uneasy until the end of the film, when the thing that the film is really built around happens and you just feel awful. Like, you just feel terrible. I felt at the end of this film, I was not in a good mood. I was not in a good mood after watching this film. If you go to my Letterboxd review, you'll see that I did not give it a holy shit because I couldn't. Like, it blew me away, but I did not feel great about it afterwards. Hey, buddy, you okay? You feeling better now that you're laying down? There's a good cat. Yes, you are. He's sometimes a good cat. And yeah, I just felt so terrible at the end of this. Like, I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to exist in society anymore. And I think the film does try to tell you, like, oh, some good came of this, but then also gave you information at the end being like, but it's still really bad in Australia, and there's more guns than there was back then, and this is just waiting to happen all over again. So yeah, it's an incredible performance by Caleb Landry Jones. Nick, I see you asking like possible award noms for Caleb Landry Jones. I don't know how that would work. Like, the film is seeing its first release, as far as I know, in North America right now, so I guess it's eligible for the 2023 Oscars. Whether or not IFC will put a big push behind it, I have no idea. I would really be surprised if a film that got a limited release in April could have the kind of momentum to carry it through for the next like 8 months, especially with like all the stuff that's going to come out at the end of the year and all the stuff that hasn't even been announced yet for Cannes that's going to be coming out. That would be a huge surprise. Maybe we'll see Nitram at like the Independent Spirit Awards, but I can't even remember if it was already there and if it was already nominated for stuff. But if it has the opportunity, then yeah, it probably should be. And I guess, yeah, that's maybe the best way of saying it, is that you will be very depressed by the end of this movie, but it's an anxious depression that is so very difficult to pull off properly in a film. And this film was just so well made from front to back, start to finish. It was such a big contrast with Morbius. It was nuts, absolutely nuts. Tom, I see you saying that Coda was released in May last year. True, but Coda was released onto Apple TV Plus, so there was like a much higher, larger audience that could see it. Unless Nitram gets onto a streaming service and actually gets like a marketing push, then I doubt it will be that widely viewed. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. It would be nice. Like, I would like to see this film get some kind of push, especially in America where they still have like huge gun control issues. It's the kind of film that could spark a conversation about gun control rights in America that I think would be very valuable to them, even though they would ignore it because Americans gun a gun no matter what Americans want to do. So yeah. So I'll just go back over the chat, go through some of the stuff. Caleb Landry Jones was in 3, Ebbings in Missouri, and Get Out. Yep. He's known. He's known to the American public, and he was good in both of those movies, from what I recall, especially Get Out. Watch pilot of Moon Knight. I did at the insistence of my friends. I basically, like, I'm in a group chat with some friends, and I was like, guys, Morbius is so bad. And they were like, you know what? You should watch the first episode of Moon Knight to make you feel better. And I was like, fine. And then I watched it, and it was good. I liked it for the most part. Have you seen The True History of the Kelly Gang? I have not. I've only seen the 1906 Kelly Gang movie. If that's the one you're talking about, Alexis, then yes, I have. We watched it on this channel, actually. I have a video for it went up a little while ago. Caleb was good in those, and in X-Men and The Florida Project. I really need to watch The Florida Project. I really need to go through all of Sean Baker's filmography, and I haven't yet, but I'm going to. Where is it available? I'm interested. Anna, I have no idea where it would be available in Brazil or online. Please pay money to see this movie in some way, shape, or form. But like, if you need to pirate it, just pirate it and give them money later, because I think it's something that should be seen as soon as possible. It's very good. I doubt. Well, I mean, who knows? Pretty much everyone will be in Multiverse of Madness. No doubt. I need to know if a dog dies or is hurt in some way in Nitram. I don't think so. It's mostly just humans that get hurt. There are a lot of dogs in it, but I don't think that a dog is killed in it. I really hope I'm not misremembering it, though. But yeah, I don't believe a dog is killed in it. So in the trailer, actually, they kind of show... that's the mother. That's Caleb Landry Jones right there, doing his best Kurt Cobain impersonation. Yeah, so where the hell is she? Yeah, so this woman, he forms a sort of friendly relationship with her at the beginning of the movie, and she owns a bunch of dogs, and then so he like walks dogs for her, and then eventually starts like helping her out more and more with the daily chores and things like this. So usually like dogs are in this film are seen as very like special things. Oh, I just realized that I'm actually this woman. I wasn't actually showing you guys what was on my screen. This woman, like, they have a friendly relationship, and he like walks their dogs and stuff. And so like in the film, the animals are very well cared for. So I don't remember there being any sort of animal abuse in it. And like that kind of stuff sticks out to me. So I feel like I would remember that. Dory, I think you saw the film as well. So if there's any violence against animals in it, please let us know if I'm just forgetting it. Oh wait, you just saw the trailer, I guess. Alexa's saying that's my kind of film. Yeah, it's a really good movie. I love the Australian film Wake and Fright. Made me sick. Yeah, Wake and Fright will fuck you up. Mostly, I mean, for me, it was mostly because of the abuse that was done to the kangaroos. Like, that was pretty bad. That was some pretty bad animal abuse. But like, aside from that, great movie. Great movie. I think you're right on the Indie Spirit Awards, that it was there in the last ones, or that it has a shot at the ones coming up. Oh, that's right. The True History of the Kelly Gang is directed by the director of Nitram. Funny you watched the original last time. Yeah. I do want to see more from Justin Kurzel. Like, he obviously knows what he's doing when it comes to making a movie, and doing something like a bit bigger, like a Western, in the sense that I'm sure the True History of the Kelly Gang would be a treat. LOL. Americans gonna gun no matter what Americans want to do. Yep. Put that on my baseball card. Don't steal money from an indie film, guys. LOL, they need you. Stream Morbius, though. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, please pay money for Nitram. Please pay money for Nitram. And sometimes something that I do, like if I need to see a movie quickly, I will get it from the internet and then like pay for it somehow in the future, like buy a movie ticket and not go see the movie or something like that. Like, please do support indie filmmakers, and fuck Morbius. All right. I think that's about all I wanted to say about Nitram. How you doing, buddy? You feeling better now that you're lying down? Yeah? Did not enough food come out? And that's why you're unhappy? Okay. I'll take a break in a little while and I'll take a look at your bowl. How about that? Okay? Aw, get done. Alright. People aren't here to watch me talk to you, though, Rocco, so I gotta move on. So I'm gonna move on now to the next movie I saw over the weekend. Oh, Rocco's Eye is fine. It was that thing... that you were talking about where, like, he kind of just, like, had it closed. And then a couple of minutes later, he was like, oh, I have 2 eyes. Surprise! And yeah, he's had no issues since then. So yeah, he's good. He's good. He's a very happy cat for the most part, except he feels like he's being underfed right now, which is not true. You're just on a diet because you're too big. You gotta get smaller. Yes, you do. All right, now I'm gonna hold my arm up here so he doesn't attack it because I know he's going to. Your relationship with Rocco is so much like mine with Tom. Yeah. People are funny with their pets, right? All right, you're getting a little too feisty for my liking, so you're out of here. Just go sleep. Go sleep somewhere. You're a cat. Just find a comfortable place and be comfortable. Thank you very much. I think I also, like, I have a blanket up right now to keep some of the light down, so I think maybe he's a little bit anxious about that. He's like, what is this sheet? What is this doing here? And cats only eat lasagna. Yo, did you guys hear that Chris Pratt is going to be the voice of Garfield as well as Super Mario? That guy is just like taking himself fully into a voice acting career. Never gonna be in front of a camera ever again after Jurassic Park Dominion or Jurassic World Dominion. Bergman time, says Anna. Actually, not quite yet. There's one other film to do before we get to Bergman. And that film is You Won't Be Alone. So I'm going to be showing the trailer for that again. It was one that we watched on Thursday, but this one I'm definitely going to need... we're all going to need to be on the same page. Because this is one heck of a film. All right, let's get into this one. This is You Won't Be Alone, in limited release in theaters right now. That's weird. Apparently, YouTube has detected copyrighted audio and video in my stream, even though we watched this video on Thursday and that didn't happen. Huh. That's weird. I love comedies. Yeah, this is definitely not one of those. Shit, well, I guess we can't watch the full trailer now. Why you gotta be like that, YouTube? Why you gotta be like that? Moreover, why you gotta be like that, people who are distributing this film? Because I'm just trying to give you free promotion. Let me promote your movie for free, gosh darn it. But I think it's kind of like frame through here. Oh, and now my mouse is fucked up. Come on. All right, maybe we'll just try watching it and see if that comes up again. Breaking all the rules. Yeah, detected it again. Well, at least we got to watch a little bit more of the trailer. So yeah. I guess the thing that you really need to know here is that this is a witch movie. Yeah, we were pretty much near the end anyways. I feel like YouTube should be smart enough to know if a trailer is being watched or not. Like, Google is literally an advertising company. They ought to know better. Yeah. The issue here is not really YouTube per se. It's just how the system in general is set up. So whoever has either the trailer in Content ID or the music used in this trailer in Content ID, and I think the music is likely more the case, then they have a kind of, they either have like a match policy or a block policy in place, and it's probably a block policy for anything that matches. And so YouTube just has it set up where it's like, well, if anything has that, then we have to block it because we need to respect the copyright of the original owners. It's certainly annoying. And I wish that, to your point, Brent, they could just say like, oh, well, if people are streaming this, then it's fine. But once again, like, it might not be the people distributing the film. It might be the people who own the rights to the music that's in the trailer that could be causing this. You never really know, which is like, or sorry, you do eventually know, but I just don't know like right now. I don't know in the moment, and that's kind of the frustrating thing. Anyways, talking about You Won't Be Alone. The important thing, piss off with the warning. I already know. The important thing to know when looking at this trailer, and what I noted on Thursday when we watched it for the first time, is that this film is being marketed like it's a film similar to The Witch, the 2015 film by Robert Eggers that is one of my favorite films and is an absolutely stunning look at the folklore of witches in New England. And this film is kind of the Macedonian version of that, but its approach to the material is vastly different. So if you're looking for that kind of anxiety-inducing slow build of horror, then that's not really what you're going to get in You Won't Be Alone. For the horror freaks out there, I will tell you that there's some good gore in this. Definitely people have their insides emptied out, and there is transformation scenes in this that heavily rely on taking someone's guts and ripping up your own chest and sticking their guts into your chest, and then you basically become that other person, right? So there's some good gore in this, but this is specifically, and I know people would probably use this as a pejorative in different cases, but this is definitely an art film that is using a specific kind of folklore in order to tell a story about motherhood. Most importantly, motherhood. There's a lot going on here in this movie in terms of like women's place in society, both in the time period of the film and how it relates to today. There's nothing modern about this film. It all takes place in like squarely in the past, like hundreds of years ago. But obviously, there's a lot going on in terms of like how women are perceived in this time period, how their bodies are basically just things that get bought and sold. They don't even really have names. Like the translation of the film, the subtitles of the film were actually very acute in pointing that out. Like women in the film didn't have names. They were just called like name of man - wife. It kind of reminded me how naming conventions can work in some Scandinavian countries where if like, since my name is like Thomas, that's what the T stands for. If I had a son, then my son's last name would be Thomason. And that's just how their naming conventions work. So it felt like there was something like that at play here as well. But the subtitles are being very specific with just like pointing that out, like, you know, name of character, wife. And yeah, so I'm going to try to leave this as scant as possible on details, but I will touch on style because I think that's going to be what will turn people on and off the most when it comes to this film. So it's definitely not like The Witch. Pretty much this entire film is told through voiceover narration, and it happens as the younger person here. I'll just show you this quickly. Like, you can kind of see her here. Here's her face again. But this is basically her story. Where's another good shot of her? That's her in the river. That's another person. Yeah, so this girl on the left. It's basically her story. And at the very, very beginning part of the film... Actually, no, I'm not even going to give that away either. Because there is some interesting... there is some interesting stuff that they do narratively. So I'll just say that, like, she has an atypical childhood that leads to her becoming a kind of daughter to the weird witch-looking lady, the one who's got like all the burnt skin that we see at the beginning of the film, or the beginning of the trailer. See if I can find that shot of her. Yeah, her right there in the middle becomes kind of a daughter to her. And then the rest of the film is the main character that I pointed out to, the younger girl, figuring out what it's like to live as a witch, what her powers are, and what she's capable of doing. And over the course of the film, by investigating what she's capable of, she is also able to experience the life of a number of different people who... or she's able to experience Macedonian life from a number of different perspectives, whether it be a woman who just gave birth, or a child, or a man. And she's able to experience all of this, which then leads to a kind of final epiphany that is right at the end of the film, that also plays into her relationship with the burnt witch that we see in the trailer. I see Nick saying, sounds like a good movie to watch while babysitting. No, it's not. It's definitely not. Like I said, there's still a bunch of gore in it. There's still lots of guts happening. It's a bloody movie. But it is kind of... I feel like this is kind of the film where if someone were to say, like use the term elevated horror and then roll their eyes, this is the film that they're referring to. This is the type of film they're referring to. Not like with The Witch, which is like legitimately just great. I could see this film getting a lot of like sarcastic side eye and things like that. Like, oh, that movie's just trying to be really artsy. It's a really artsy movie. It's not even that scary. And like, it's not meant to be scary at all in my mind. Like, at no point during the film did I feel terrified, or did I feel like the film was trying to terrify me. That said, the story that it tells is pretty interesting. It's pretty cool. It's a different way of telling the story, absolutely. Yeah, it's weird because I just want to say so many good things about it, but I also don't know if many people would like it if they were to see it. I think if you have a history of being good with, say, like European art cinema, or stories told in a strange way, or if you just really like seeing gore and you don't really care about the context that gore is placed in, then there's something in this film that you will be able to enjoy. You'll be able to get something out of this film, like, for sure. It's also beautifully shot. Costuming's good. They do the whole period piece thing really well. I also saw Alexis saying, I don't like seeing Naomi Rapace's face. I can assure you, without giving any spoilers, that she is not in the film as much as you may believe, and you wouldn't have to look at her face too much. And I think, yeah, they're just kind of like relying on her in terms of the narrative, or sorry, in terms of the marketing. She is the only person in here that would be known to North American audiences, to my knowledge, and so they're kind of leaning on her a little bit heavier in the marketing, in the North American marketing for it, in order to bring people in. So, yes. It must be like Midsommar, on which the horror is more subtle. I don't even think I would say that it's like Midsommar in that way, because Midsommar still feels like a kind of linear narrative. You know, it's perhaps a bit of a different take on the traditional horror narrative, but it's still fairly linear in how it progresses. You still get gore sequences. You still get that general like build up to the big finale where a lot of different shit happens. And they're playing around with different things like psychedelics, and the production design in that film is obviously different from what we normally see from horror films because of it being daylight the entire time. This film has an almost dreamlike quality to it. You're kind of floating through the film in some cases. And yeah, I wouldn't call it a horror film. There are horrific things that happen in it, but it's not structured and doesn't make you feel fear. It doesn't feel like it's trying to make you feel fear, whereas Midsommar definitely does. So yeah, it's an interesting comparison, but I think that Midsommar is more like a typical Hollywood film than this film definitely is. Like, this movie is not for typical Hollywood audiences. Like, it's unfortunate to say, and I hate putting those kinds of classifications on film, because if anything that I've said about the film interests you, then like go check it out, because you might find something about it that you're really into. It's an approach to filmmaking that is wonderful to see, and I'm glad it has some kind of release and that I was able to see it in theaters. But like, in a world where everyone's going to see Marvel films, this thing will stick out like a sore thumb, stylistically, narratively, every lead that you can think of. It'll just be a complete 180 from that. Nick asking, I saw this at Varsity. Yes, I saw it at Cineplex Varsity Cinemas in Toronto. I believe it's the only screen it's playing on in Ontario. It's playing, I think, at like maybe 5 or 6 theaters nationwide, and one of them just happens to be in Toronto, thankfully. I'm planning to watch Morbius with 5 hours. Should I go and watch it? I haven't booked my tickets yet. I mean, no. Don't go see it. Literally see anything else. Like any other movie that you're interested in, go see that. Morbius is shit. Let's go through some of these other comments about here. Up to 11 likes. Ooh, up to 12 likes, actually. Oh, yeah. Gretel and Hansel was elevated horror that I hate. See, someone else in here, yeah, I guess it's Alexis, saying that Gretel and Hansel is awesome. I still haven't seen Gretel and Hansel, but it's on my watch list. Sometimes I don't necessarily want to be scared, but just admire the film. Then I think this would be one that you would be into. It's certainly not scary, but there's a lot to admire about what it's doing. Also, like, I think this is a film, like, very easily where, from like a personal taste perspective, you might just not like it. It like, I just admit to myself that it's not a film for everyone, but I don't think that should scare anyone off from going to see it, because it is different enough to be noteworthy, you know? Oz Perkins is a potential Kubrick Eggers horror guy, but it will never be as good. Oz Perkins. Who dat? A quick Google. Oh, you did a Star Trek? Who is this person? Director. Oh, Gretel and Hansel. He also did a Twilight Zone episode. Blackcoat's Daughter. I have seen I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, which was okay. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but it was good. It was all right. It was kind of a slowed down Halloween movie. I watched it in October a couple of years ago because it's on Netflix, and it was kind of like the break film in between like all of the gore movies and things like that. It's just kind of like a creepy ghost story. Wasn't bad. Morbius at least looks better compared to Black Widow. All right, I'm gonna stop you right there, Andy. I'm gonna tell you what's what. Morbius is worse than Black Widow by a mile. Black Widow is competent. Morbius failed the grade and is being held back a year. It's not even a comparison between the two. Morbius is shit in comparison to Black Widow. That should probably tell you all you need to know. Have you ever seen a movie in 4DX? I have, actually. 4DX basically turns the film-going experience into a... what's a good way of saying it? Into a fair ride, honestly. It turns it into a roller coaster. What happens is that you sit in a seat, you have to strap into it, kind of like you're in a, kind of like actually you're sort of in like a more comfortable gaming chair that you have to put you have to wear a seatbelt with, and then you're on sort of like a motorized platform, and typically the platform will move with the actions of the of what's going on. So if you're watching a film like Fast and the Furious as an example, your like seat will go left and right depending on like which way the cars are turning. Also, when there's like a fight scene going on or people are getting shot at, then there are like actuators in your seat that will fire into your back, so you actually like kind of get a mini massage if someone's like really getting beaten up really good. And then there's other effects that they pipe in as well, like if there's smoke on screen, then they actually pump smoke into the theater. If it's raining, then you might get squirted with water in front of you. It's trying to turn the film going experience into something where you can actually live inside the atmosphere of what's going on in the film. And it's like, it's interesting, but it's also not how you should be watching a movie. I think it's mostly used for films that are sort of like carnival rides anyways. I remember the first time I went to see it, I was in, it was to see the Scarlett Johansson Ghost in the Shell movie. And I believe I also saw Terminator Dark Fate that way. Two films that I wasn't that hot on to begin with. And so I thought, well, if it's not going to be a good experience, I might as well like go on a fun ride at least. And I think actually both of those film going experiences were improved by the fact that I did see it in 4DX. But like for something like, you know, Spider-Man No Way Home, or a Marvel film that I'm actually excited for, or an action film that I think is going to be pretty good, I would probably skip 4DX because I want the movie to be the movie. And I don't want decisions that people made that are not the filmmakers to influence how I feel about a film. But in the case of like Ghost in the Shell remake and Terminator Dark Fate, like I didn't care because I already knew those films were not going to be great anyways. So might as well have some fun with it, right? The reason I'm watching Morbius is because of 4DX. My country only has 4 4DX screens. I thought to get 4DX tickets here, and when Doctor Strange comes, all tickets will be booked. And spoilers out, true enough. Black Widow is Casablanca compared to Morpheus, no doubt. Should I eat snacks before I watch movie? So I've never had a problem eating snacks in a 4DX film, but I did see, when I did go to see the Ghost in the Shell remake, I had a friend who it was his first time in a 4DX theater as well, and he had like a bag of popcorn, and we got like jolted, and his popcorn bag just like fell on the floor and just emptied out into the like onto the floor. And like you don't want to get out of your seat because everything's moving around and jostling, and you might get like thrown. I mean, not thrown, but you could get like pushed or something like that. So you just kind of like have to sit and stare at your popcorn on the floor and be like, oh, I was gonna eat that, but I guess I won't. So just make sure that you have like a very firm grasp on your snacks if you do end up going. Some 4DX chairs swing you side to side very hard, but I never spilled a drink or popcorn. Yeah. The way that I experience them is that there's like a platform with 4 seats on each platform, and then there's like a couple of rows of platforms. So people that you're sitting with in like those 4 things will experience the same range of motion. Yeah. I think Morbius would be better in 4DX, especially his moves, ways, etc. I mean, it would be interesting. There certainly is a lot of movement in that film, so yeah. Yeah, you could do that. Have you heard of Everything Everywhere All at Once, and will you see it? Panda, I have already seen it. I actually talked about it on a live stream maybe 2 weeks ago. I had the pleasure and the, well, I shouldn't say honor because I just paid for the ticket, but locally where I live, we have the Toronto International Film Festival, and year-round they have programming like all the time. And they have a series called Secret Movie Club that they run in the winter and the fall. And the last screening of Secret Movie Club like 2 weeks ago, it would have been the day of the Oscars actually, they showed Everything Everywhere All at Once, and it was so good. It was so good. And I think I have like a bit of a kind of review of it on the channel actually. If you just check the videos here, you should see something called like incoherently rambling about everything everywhere all at once, and you can kind of see my thoughts there. But overall, like, it's real good. Real good. Put that movie in 4DX. Would we puke if we eat before watching in 4DX? I mean, I haven't. I guess it just depends. Like if you get seasick, if you've ever been in a boat and you get seasick, then yeah, you would probably get. You'd probably throw up. If you get seasick, you'd probably throw up. Or if you get car sick easily, then yeah, you'd probably throw up. So if you don't, then you're going to be fine. Can you tell us the secret of the movie club? The secret is that you pay basically double the ticket price that you would normally pay to see a film in theaters, but you get to see it like a week and a half before everyone else gets to see it. That's the secret. And they also give you free breakfast, which is nice. I just get the tea, though. I like the tea. Did Morbius at least deliver on the Morbius powers? No. I mean, I guess the sound editing and mixing were fine. Like, they weren't egregiously bad to the point where I noticed them. So I guess those were okay moments of it, but, like, it's just not good. It's just not good. I'm trying to think. I'm sure it would be, like, okay in 4DX, but you should never, like, count on 4DX to make your viewing experience better. It's more of, like, the 4DX experience distracts you from all of the shitty things because you're kind of concentrating on what the chair is going to do, what the chair is going to do to you. Andy, turn off the water spray in the 4D chair. I would throw up if I got bukkake. No, leave the water spray on. That's one of the best parts. Rule number 1, you do not talk about the movie club. Why not? I love talking about Secret Movie Club. Everyone come join the Secret Movie Club at TIFF. You'll be coming back in the fall, supposedly. Hopefully it does. All right, so I'm just going to move on now to the last one. The last film that I wanted to discuss with y'all, and that is the very first Ingmar Bergman film ever made, called Crisis. And I unfortunately cannot show you a trailer because I wasn't able to find one, but you know what I was able to find? The whole movie. The whole movie, and actually a pretty good version of the film, is on YouTube. So if you want to see a little slice of film history, just head on or just search for Bergman Crisis and you will find it. This is coming to us from the channel Old Films Revival Project. And I'm someone who has seen a couple of Bergman films, specifically like Persona, a couple of his films that were made on the Faroe Islands. And so I like to think that I have a fair idea of what Bergman's style is. And Crisis kind of threw me for a loop. It was made in 1946, so very early on in his career. I think The Seventh Seal, which is his most famous film, was made in like 57, so he would have had like 10 years to develop and refine his style before releasing The Seventh Seal. And the thing that really struck me about Crisis, the thing that was so strange to me, was that it feels like Bergman is doing his own take on a classic Hollywood film. The setups, the shots, the kind of melodrama of the story, it all feels like a classic Hollywood cinema's like romance film, a love triangle film of sorts. And it's so un-Bergman-like that it did kind of throw me for a loop. And as I go through and I continue this sort of like mini journey that I'm on, and I don't know if I mentioned this before, but I decided that every Sunday morning until I'm done, I'm going to watch every single Bergman film that I can get access to. I'm calling it like Sunday with Bergmans hashtag on Twitter. So if you want to follow my reactions to like every Bergman film as I watch them, make sure to follow me on Twitter. Get some of that more good stuff. But yeah, it's it just struck me as being so un-Bergman-like. Interestingly, still able to get good performances out of all of the performers. I was especially impressed by the I don't even know if you would call her the female lead, but there's basically two female leads, an older woman and a younger woman. The younger woman was very impressive. You can tell that she is doing like her own version of sort of like a teen younger actress in a Hollywood film, sort of like that bright-eyed, has that bright-eyed naivety that kind of gets them into trouble or leads them down a different life path that is kind of central to the conflict of the film. But I feel like this actress, and I should really look up the names of people here, which I'm going to do right now. So, oh, these are not in order. Oh, they're in alphabetical order. Why would they be in alphabetical order? So the older woman is Ingeborg, and she's played by Dagny Lind. And the younger girl is Igna Landry, and she plays Nellie. So it's Nellie that has that is bright-eyed and naive, and sort of gets pulled in by a couple of people who want to show her a better life than the boring old life that she would have available to her in the small town that she grew up in. And that's basically the plot of the film. The crisis here, I guess, is the crisis of Nellie and whether or not she will stay in the big city or come back home and return to sort of the small life that she left behind. And I won't spoil it. But you know, it's based on a classic Hollywood film from like the classic Hollywood formula from the 40s. So they were chiefly always concerned with what do you want to call it? The coming together again of the nuclear family of sorts, the recombining of the family. Usually in those films, the conflict comes from like a split within the family, and then the family is back together again at the end, whether that be like man pursues woman and wants to marry her, and the woman's like, no, I'm not going to do that. And then by the end, they're just like smooching and having a good time. Or there'll be like an interfamily conflict, like someone will come in, like a Barbara Stanwyck type, a femme fatale type, and sort of break up a family, but then the family is back together again at the end, and all the stronger for what's happened to them. A lot of Hollywood films from that era end in that way, and so we get something a little more pessimistic from Bergman in that sense, but still sort of on those rails, you know? If you want to think about a classic Hollywood plot being like on a train rail, on rails basically, and you know exactly where you're going to start from, and you know exactly the destination you're going to end at. Bergman's kind of on rails for this, but he does end up at a slightly different last station than he otherwise would have if he just went with like a pure Hollywood style movie. Aside from that, I don't know what else to say about Crisis, honestly. It's just, yeah, the thing that stuck out to me the most was like, it just doesn't feel like a Bergman film. And I guess probably it shouldn't. We shouldn't expect directors to be fully formed and mature artists when they make their first film. In fact, how old was Bergman when he made this? It was made in 46, and he was born in 18, so he would have been, what, 28? Am I doing that right? 38? 20... Yeah, he would have been 28 directing this, so it was his first film at the age of 28. I believe he had done some work in theater before getting into film, but don't quote me on that. He may have also participated in World War II for all I know. Let's see here. He enrolled in Stockholm University College in 1937 to study art and literature. He spent most of his time involved in student theater and became a genuine movie addict. Although he did not graduate from university, he wrote a number of plays and an opera and became an assistant director at a local theater. Okay. And then he went on to, I guess, write a couple of other screenplays, and then eventually did his own first feature, which was Crisis in 46. Wild. He was maybe highly controlled by the studio. That's also a possibility. I guess I tend to think of the Hollywood studio system as being something that is specifically Hollywood-esque, but it's also possible that in this case, a Swedish studio was trying to do their own version of the Hollywood studio system, and that is why he had a lot of restrictions put on him. Also, the fact that it's his first film, he may not have had a lot of leeway as a director because it's his first film and he was an unproven talent at that time. And then as he built up trust, he was able to do more adventurous and more things that were in his own style, which then became the films that he was known for. And so now as I continue on this sort of like Sundays with Bergman journey, I'm wondering to myself, well, what are his next gonna films be like? I wonder what the film is going to be where his style, like what I know of Bergman, starts to really like creep out, starts to really be seen in the film. And I don't know what that's going to be. So I'm excited. So you can expect on these catch-ups for the next little while that I'm going to be talking about Bergman every week until the end of the year, most likely. So stay tuned. Get subscribed for all of my good Bergman takes that I'm going to be having over the next little while. Let's go back to the chat, see what y'all have been talking about. Bergman time. Oh, yeah. Skip Morbius and just go to the dentist for a filling, just as much fun. Yeah, kind of. Movie club is designed for the rich. Yeah. We should be so thankful to internet, YouTube, and social media. These movies would be lost films if not for the internet, where they are saved, stored. Yeah, definitely. And I wish this was something we could see more of. I did point it out in a previous live stream. There's a Korean film archive, a national film archive on YouTube, and they just put up a bunch of older Korean films. So if you ever want a complete kind of history of Korean cinema for the last 30 or 40 years, I shouldn't say complete, but a sampling of Korean cinema from the last 30, 40 years, it's a great way to check that out. Fanny and Alexander, the 5-hour version, is the best film of all time. No, but I love it. I'm curious to see what happens when I eventually get to Fanny and Alexander, because I think that's pretty far down the line. Like, he made that in 83, I think, right? So I don't know if I'm going to go with like the television version or the 3-hour version or the 5-hour. I don't know what I'm going to do there. I'm going to need a very specific Sunday morning in order to figure that out, though. Is Morbius worse than the Venom films? Yes. I like Incredible Hulk and BVS. Think I can bear Morbius too. Morbius is worse than both of those films by a lot. Fun fact, or more sad fact, in the theatrical version of Fanny and Alexandra, they cut what I think is one of the best scenes that I've ever seen. Really? Ah, that makes me sad. Did they delete all Spidey and MCU references from Morbius? I mean, what's his name is still in it. I've said his name so much already. You know, the guy. Michael Keaton, the Vulture. He's still in the film. Aside from that, they cut pretty much everything else. I think they even cut out the the reference to Venom is still there as well. But there's no reference to like any other Spider-Man stuff. They have 3 years to fix the Morbius movie. It had 12 release date changes. What went wrong with the movie? So like, when it comes to the pandemic and like people being like, oh, they had so long to fix the movie, that's not quite how it works, because fixing the movie would cost money, right? I'm fairly certain, with maybe some changes here and there, that the version of Morbius that we got today was the version of Morbius we would have gotten like 2 years ago, because they obviously didn't take any time to like upgrade the CGI or make the CGI better, right? And they definitely could have. Like, that's one thing you can do with CGI when you have more time with it, is that you can just make it better. But they didn't do that. And so if they wanted to like reshoot and re-edit and do a bunch of stuff, all of that costs money. So my general feeling is that the version of Morbius that we got was the version that would have been released a couple of years ago, and then they just sat on it and knew that they didn't have a great movie and still just went ahead with it because they needed a return on their investment, and they probably knew that it was going to be difficult for them to get a return on investment anyways. So if they're not going to make more money by spending more money, then they're not going to spend more money. That's just the nature of the film business and business in general. Can you watch the trailer for Shakma? It's the funniest thing. I will save that till a bit later. Actually, no, we could probably do that coming up soon. I do have a couple of things that I need to do, but I'll queue that up. Oh, there's a lot of bad-looking trailers from the looks of it. This one looks kind of okay. Ooh, these are all such low quality. It's a B film, and the 1 minute 40 trailer is hilarious, especially the end. So I got the minute 48 one. I guess that's probably the one you're talking about. All right. Save that for later. What are your thoughts on Skarsgard being cast as the new Crow? I think it's good. He's a good actor. I'd be interested to see what they do with it. I don't know if they've announced who the director is going to be, and I think that's going to tell us a lot more about what the film's going to be like, so I'm waiting on that news. Why did they delete all Spidey references from Morbius? I don't know. And did they edit it to bring audiences to theaters? Isn't it mismarketing? I don't know. I don't know. See, I don't really know much about the MCU films, Sony films. Like, I don't follow the behind-the-scenes stuff, so when you say, like, why did they edit out all the Spider-Man references? Like, were there supposed to be Spider-Man references? I have no idea, but there definitely wasn't many, if there were any. Morbius sucked, but the teaser was great. Watch it. The Spider-Man reference is in it. Oh, well, whatever. I'm honestly kind of done with Morbius. I think I'll just ignore it entirely from now on. 3-hour version, I only liked it. A few months after I watched the 5-hour version, and it was almost my favorite film. Wow, that's wild. Certainly there are instances of like recuts and new versions of films making them a little bit better. But the amount of effort put into Morbius shows me that they didn't give enough shits to put the best version of the film in there because they weren't concerned with making the best version of the film in the first place. So I really don't care about a re-edit, a new version of it. Like, make the movie good the first time. I wish that is an answer that more people will go with. Louis, I am not going to be held hostage by this again. I'm not watching the Morbius teaser. I don't see any reason to do it. Do you know any movie more postponed than Morbius? It most postponed than New Mutants and Chaos Walking. It had 12 release date changes. I mean, if you look at a film like Apocalypse Now, it ran like way over time. I just don't know if it had like a specific start. I don't know if it had a specific like release date, and then that release date got pushed back because post-production like dragged on so long. So Morbius is likely unique in the amount of times it's been rescheduled because of the pandemic, honestly. Just like by pure time factor, I think Top Gun 2 got pushed back quite a fair amount as well. So yeah. I don't know the answer to that though. Ghost in the Shell director and Snow White movie 2012 director is directing The Crow. He messed up 2 adaptations remakes and gonna mess up The Crow too. I mean, Ghost in the Shell is not great, the remake, but it does indicate that he is at least capable of some kind of interesting visual storytelling. So maybe with a smaller budget, that is like a film that's on a smaller budget where he has to focus more on like being inventive, then maybe it comes out good. Maybe he has like a particular take on the Crow character that will be like unique and good. Like, I'm not willing to write it off just because the director didn't do great in Ghost in the Shell and the Snow White movie from 2012. I have moderate hopes for that, so we'll see. All right, where's the letterboxd roasting? We're gonna get to that. I'm gonna take just a quick, I'm not even gonna call it a break, although I should probably get some, oh no, I don't even need more water. So I was going to take a break from just all of this of me critiquing stuff and talking about movies and letting and just showing you guys the latest honest trailer. So we're gonna do that, and then Anna will do the letterboxd roasting right after that. So let's watch the honest trailer for Ghost Rider 1 and 2. I guess if you haven't seen Ghost Rider 1 and 2, spoiler warning, but I think we all deserve a bit of a laugh, right? We all deserve to have a bit of a chuckle. So let's do that. Alexis, if you want me to roast your letterboxd, like unfollow me and then follow me again so you appear on the list, because I really just take a look at like the list that I have. I know Andre is going to be roasted this time around based on what I saw. I'll talk about my wrist tattoo after we watch this.
From Marvel, back in their try-hard phase, the filmmaker responsible for some of the best bad moments in superhero cinema. The guys who cranked out some of the dumbest fun movies since they cranked out both Cranks.
Oh, the first Crank is so good.
And the screenwriting equivalent of herpes comes two films that feel like going on a 48-hour coke bender with Nick Cage. And by that I mean they're a bad idea, but still pretty fun.
The angel. I can feel him.
Ghost Rider and Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance. Only one man is uniquely qualified to be the Ghost Rider, Nick Cage. Cause this actor's already been an outcast who melts his face off like a wicker man. Trapped between worlds, this army of one will drive angry, seeking justice when it gets dark. He'll kick ass with his kill chains as a prisoner of the Ghostland. Cause this Lord of War is running with the devil and he's got a score to settle. Holy crap, he makes a lot of movies. It's almost inconceivable. What a pig. Or a national treasure, depending on how you look at it. Leather up with Johnny Blaze in Ghost Rider 1. He's a stuntman who's more hot rod than Evel Knievel. But when his dad has a light cough, aka movie speak for dying of cancer, he'll make a deal with the devil to prolong his life for about one afternoon. Stricken with grief, teenage Johnny will ghost his sweetheart, leaving her to grow into a reporter with a 10-year age difference, and now must become the Ghost Rider, a demon with the powers of riding a motorcycle, which she could already do, and scaring people to death with eye contact, which again, Nick Cage could already do. Follow up the campy original with an edgelord reboot in Ghost Rider Spirit of Vengeance, where they change his look, supporting cast, and origin story, because just shut up and embrace the chaos, okay? Fire piss! What? In the first one, he made a deal with the devil. Now, in the follow-up, he'll have an even worse idea and make a deal with a priest to bring him a young boy.
Bring us the boy.
In a sequel that abandons all restraint and just gives the people what they want, a skull monster barfing fire bullets into a goon's face. Full of high-octane visuals that almost overcome the moment when the f***ing Ghost Rider scolds you for pirating movies.
You did something you wouldn't want the writer to see. A white lie, an illegal download.
You wouldn't download a crane. Oh, wait, you would. Speed through two early comic book films that would be pretty forgettable if it weren't for the Cage of it all, as Nick brings a grab bag of random quirks to Johnny Blaze, like an Elvis accent that disappears after the first film.
You know, I watch a lot of TV, and you do a really good job.
Only drinking straight from the container.
That's actually a badass thing to do in real life, FYI. I say that as someone who like went to bars when I was younger, where like they would actually serve you a jug of a mixed drink. Those were bad nights, but drinking out of a jug is like its own thing. It makes you feel so cool. Don't be like me. Don't be like me, kids.
Unless it's jelly beans, in which case, martini glass. While off camera, he was bringing the weird by doing his own makeup, sewing totems into the lining of his jacket.
And then I would sew in bits of Egyptian artifacts that were thousands of years old into my costume.
And just generally freaking out at all times for our entertainment.
No conscience, just hunger. If you want to pull that trigger, do it.
He's scraping at the door! Scraping at the door! No!
Drinks vodka and goes crazy in the bathroom. I mean,
but the Cage won't rage alone. There's a whole cast carefully selected by the directors for their authentic Europeanness.
I mean, like all Europeans, they have an accent, right? It's
over there in the Europe place.
It's the wrong.
Like Idris Elba as Moreau, a French priest so stereotypical. We were gonna make a joke like, ho ho ho, I love it to drink the wine. But that's more or less his actual dialogue.
Bonjour!
Sam Elliott as the narrator from The Big Lebowski, doing the kind of authentic portrayal of the American West that he stands for. Jane Campion could never. Rebel Wilson? Huh, that's random. A WandaVision fan theory video's worth of Mephistos, played by one actor who has to be in this movie because his deal with the devil was up, and one actor who has to be in this movie for his deal with the devil to get started. Plus, a new metal band's worth of unthreatening pale demon boys. Look out, Ghost Rider, it's Puddle Guy, white dreadlocks, rockabilly Twilight, and the personification of mold. So return to the bad old times of 2000s comic book movies, before Iron Man made them cool, and Nolan prestiged the out of everything. Even though real fans know these are some of the most true to comics films ever made. Not because they're accurate, because they're loud, fun, and barely make sense. Comics are mostly dumb. That's why we love them.
My name is Legion, for we are many.
That's a Satan reference.
Starring Daredevil. What? It makes more sense for him than a blind lawyer. Blazing Saddles, Girls Want Eva, Logang, Soul Man, Demonic and Knuckles, nice. The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, With Him, Hellboy, Decay Hole, Dumbledore, Prayden, and the least realistic parts in a movie with a flaming skull demon biker.
I think I should walk you to your car.
You're pretty and all, but why don't you just go back to wherever it is you came from?
You think I'm pretty, right?
Jesus.
Spawn in 60 seconds.
Oh, that's a nice little reference at the end.
Okay, why does Roxanne bring a magic 8-ball on a date? Will I be in the sequel? Outlook, not good.
Aw.
Keep my wife's name out of your beeping mouth.
I'm strong to the finish.
Thought we'd go a whole live stream without a reference to Will Smith, but there that one goes. Thanks a lot, Screen Junkies, you jerks. You jerks. Cage Rage. Nick, how did you know they were going to use Cage Rage in this? Have you seen the Honest trailer for Money Plane? They do a collab with Pitch Meetings. It's pretty great. I feel like I have. I don't think that's something that I would miss. Do you need any heads up points preparations before going to 40X? It's my first time. Just wear the seatbelt. That's basically it. Don't take it off. Yeah, hold on tight to your drinks and popcorn if you have drinks and popcorn. Aside from that, try to have fun. Remember that you're basically on a roller coaster and treat it as such. Nick has been let out of the cage. Yes, he has. Jared Leto piss be like that. What the the fire piss? Oh no. Cage was one of the picks for Iron Man, but Cage was Ryder and Cruz would be superior Iron Man in I'm not watching anything from Morbius. I'm just not. I'm done. I'm over it. We're not doing that. All right, so I'm going to take a quick break, y'all. I'm just going to refill my water, and I will be back, and then we'll roast some Letterboxd accounts, so stick around.
I'll be right back!
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back, Dan.
Richard, do you mind to step aside and let's talk? I'll be back in just a second.
I'll be right back. Don't get dressed.
I've got to leave this room. I'll be right back. No! Don't you leave me here!
I'm coming right back. I give you my word.
Be right back with a search warrant.
Sarah, I will be right back.
I gotta see this.
Was it something I said?
How about the words, I'll be right back?
I'll be right back. Leave her running.
What?
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. You understand?
Hey, buddy, you pay for the drinks. I gotta go to John and be right back. Gonna introduce Mr. Thick Dick to Mr. Urinal Cake.
Jeez. Never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, say, I'll be right back. Because you won't be back. I'm getting another beer. You want one? Yeah, sure. I'll be right back!
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back, Dan.
Richard, do you mind to step aside and let's talk? I'll be back in just a second.
I'll be right back. Don't get dressed.
I've got to leave this room. I'll be right back. No! Don't you leave me here!
I'm coming right back. I give you my word.
Be right back with a search warrant.
Sarah, I will be right back.
I gotta see this.
Was it something I said?
How about the words, I'll be right back?
I'll be right back. Leave her running.
I'll be right back.
I'll be right back. You understand?
Hey, buddy, you pay for the drinks. I gotta go to the John. I'll be right back. Gotta introduce Mr. Thick Dick to Mr. Urinal King.
Oh, jeez, never.
And I'm back. I saw the chat here. You guys were saying like, "Woo, up to 14 likes. Woohoo, 14." Now back down to 12. I guess some people didn't like the "I'll be right back" thing going on, or maybe my thing's delayed and I don't know how many likes there actually are. It's too bad. It's too bad. All right. Well then, I guess it's time to roast some Letterboxd accounts. So I'm gonna move over to this new thing. I'm gonna try something new where I have this. These other different screens that are going to look like this, but all of the chat and alerts are turned off, and also this version, which is kind of the same thing, also takes the ticker away. It just makes it a bit easier for me because I am going to be editing these into a video later, and it's a lot easier not having to worry about like chat popping up and stuff like that. So I'm just going to set up here for a second. Please bear with me. And then yeah, we'll do some of this. If you see Frumus9 in my Letterboxd, no, you didn't. Anna, did you recently subscribe to me on Letterboxd? I haven't really taken a look for the last couple of days. I kind of picked out like 3 or 4 accounts that I was going to go for, and maybe one other one, but it's still kind of up in the air at this point because this is an ad-lib show. This is kind of an ad-lib video. I only do so much preparation because I want it to be authentic and stupid. Oh, Alexis, you just subscribed? Sick. All right. So this is basically how this is going to work. I'm going to be shooting this kind of like it's a video. So if you see me stop and start and do retakes and stuff, feel free to make fun of me in the chat. I will see it and laugh about it. But you're probably going to see me like retake a couple of things just so I can say things a bit more clearly or a bit more better. But a lot of the stupid stuff that I do will probably end up in the final cut. The first Letterboxd roast is going to be on the channel tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so you'll be able to see what I did and how I made fun of myself in that one. We're going to roast you. Yes, Alexis, please roast me as I'm roasting you, because I will probably just have a bunch of bullshit to say. I think Alexis was already subscribed. I think he's talking about Letterboxd, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to do my intro. And we're gonna be off to the races. So turning into Letterboxd roasting TJ now. Now I'm thinking about it and I'm just like laughing like, how do I even do this? This channel rocks. Thank you Panda. You're the second Panda I've seen today, or are you the same Panda? It'd be really strange if there were 2 different people with Panda names. Although we do have 2 Andys, and I often wonder if they're like friends. Because it seems like they hang out together. If I'm reading between the lines well enough between the 2 Andys, I feel like they know each other. But thank you. And since this is the first time I've seen this particular Panda in the chat, I'll just remind you, please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and hit like on the live stream if you haven't already. It'd be great to have you back for future live streams. Hey Rocco, quiet on set. All right. It's time to do some Letterboxd roasting. Let's see who's going to get roasted today. How's that? A+ intro? You only have one Tom. That's true. Except I'm technically a Tom, if you shorten the Thomas. But that's my dad, so no big deal. Probably do that intro one more time. It's time to roast some Letterboxd accounts. So let's see who the contestants for today will be. I didn't like that one as much, but whatever. Oh, I am subbed. You do many a public service of this channel. Thank you very much. Refresh this so I see it all. Oh, nice. We've had some in the last little while. Sick. All right. That means I will just be able to do, I think. All right. So I'll probably end up doing 5 on this one and then cutting it down. It looks like contestant number 1 is Andre, who is a member of the Cinemateq community already. So I'm very interested to see what his favorite films are and what bad things I can say about them. Let's see what he's got going here. He's got Magnolia. What a sad boy, am I right? Always into Paul Thomas Anderson films, talking about how beautiful they are. Lame. And then he's also got Network here, which I believe is a Sidney Lumet film. Yeah, that's all right. That's a good one. It has some lines in it that were used in some metalcore albums that were pretty fun back when I was a teenager. And then we've also got Happiness here, which he can't stop talking about, even though no one's seen the goddamn movie. This is one that I actually do want to see, though. I'm glad that he keeps telling me about it, because I will eventually go see it. I promise I will eventually see this film. It's got Philip Seymour Hoffman in it. It's got to be good. Philip Seymour Hoffman never did a bad movie, and that's just a fact of life. And then finally and then the last film here is Titan. And what can you say about Titan that hasn't been said about edgy people all over the world? It's fucked up, but in a good way that's fun. And so for the most part here, I'm going to take a look at Andre's top 4 and say, you know what? This is mostly not bad. Mostly not bad. Paul's saying that Happiness is good. All right. You're not the only one in here going for Happiness. But it wouldn't be a complete roasting unless we looked at Andre's recently seen films. And it looks like he has recently seen Morbius, which is bad, X, which is good, The Batman, which is good, and The Novice, which I have not seen. And let's just take a quick look and see what Andre said about Morbius. Ooh, look at this hot take. Terrible. I thought I was the king of one-word reviews, but I guess Andre's trying to take that throne from me. I thought I was the king of one-word reviews, but I guess Andre's trying to take that throne from me. Try your best. Try your best, young man. Don't come at... Fuck, what is that one line from The Wire? Don't come at... If you come at the king, you best not miss? Yeah. Try your best, young man. If you come at the king, you best not miss. I mean, most of my reviews are not actually one word, but they are very short. And I appreciate the dedication to the short one-word review. All right, let's move on. All right, that's enough with Andre. Let's see who the next victim's going to be. It seems like the next victim is going to be Paco27. I wonder what he's all about. So his favorite films are Swiss Army Man, Little Miss Sunshine, The Batman, and No Country for Old Men. And already we have a giant red flag. The Batman is one of your favorite films of all time. It was released like a month ago. How could that already be your favorite film of all time? Are you 14 years old? I think maybe you could be. But then, of course, you also have Little Miss Sunshine here, which says to me that you're not 14, because a lot of people who are 14 nowadays don't even know that films existed before the year 2015. I'm very put off by this. I don't know what to do. I will, however, say that No Country for Old Men rules, and everyone should see that. And everyone should see that film if they haven't already. And Swiss Army Man is a gap in my own personal filmography that I'm going to be filling very, very soon. Maybe as part of an A24 dedicated podcast? Is it still roasting if I'm plugging future projects that haven't happened yet? Yeah. Yeah, it is. See, we have fun here. Okay, hold on. I think this guy is actually trying to be friends with me because his most recent activity is A Trip to the Moon. A Trip to the Moon. The film from 1902, directed by Georges Méliès, that I absolutely want to get tattooed onto my body at some point in the future. All right, Paco27. I forgive you. You're actually cool. You gave Moonfall 1.5 stars. I haven't seen it yet, and I hope that I would also rate it at about that same amount, because it seems like maybe we are kindred spirits, and I will roast you no further. The airport... I love this review. The airport stuff was cool. The rest not so much. Hold on, I gotta do a cut-in on this review for Trip to the Moon. Oh, it seems like he also has a review for Trip to the Moon. What is it? Oh, it seems like he... Fuck. Oh, it seems like he also has a review for A Trip to the Moon. I wonder what he's got to say about it. I know for a fact they lost their shit for this back then. 2 stars. Well, yeah. It was one of the most important films ever made at the time, and still kind of is. Nevertheless, Pacquiao27, you have my seal of approval, and you will receive not a roasting further. This is good, right? This is good, right? Anna, which one is yours? Which account is yours? Oh, I think you followed me a long time ago. Who would be next up here? I'm just going up like the list of people who followed me most recently. It's kind of like the hook of the whole series, like trying to get people to follow me so I can increase my follower count on Letterboxd while, you know, while making content. Synergy. An emo cat. Yo, all cats are emo. Next up on the list for roasting is Ozark Tom. I wonder what he's up to. No. Next up on the roasting list is Ozark Tom. I wonder what kind of films he's into. I'm going to do that a bit differently. And next on the roasting list is Ozark Tom. I wonder what kind of trash he watches. There we go. I got to be a bit snarkier with these. Yeah, unfollow and follow again. That's the best way of doing it. Oh, what can I say about this? I already have a good idea, but all right, let's do it. Well, it seems like what is his name? Ozark Tom. Well, it seems like Ozark Tom has it. Well, it seems like Ozark Tom has an affinity for American movies. Well, it seems that Ozark Tom has an affinity for American films made in the last 15 years because he's got Arrival, Black Swan, Brooklyn, and 20th Century Women. And while I don't doubt that he loves all of these films, I have to ask, you've seen nothing else that's better than these? Yeah, Arrival is good, but it's not even Denis Villeneuve's best film. Black Swan is good, but it's not Darren Aronofsky's best film. Brooklyn is good, but it's not Saoirse Ronan's best film. And I can't even remember who's in 20th Century Women, although I think it's actually supposed to be kind of good. Let's check this out for one quick second. Mike Mills. He just did Come On, Come On. So, like, this is probably good. And it has Greta... What's her name? Greta Gerwig, yeah. And it has Greta Gerwig in it, and Elle Fanning, and a bunch of other people. Wait, is that Billy Kudrup? Yo, this movie's probably really great. I think that's Annette Bening, too. It is Annette Bening. You know what? This is probably the best film in the entire list, and I haven't even seen it yet. As for recent activity, it looks like he's seen Mystic River, Lady Bird, The Kindergarten Teacher, and Locke. And I think perhaps giving 4 stars to all of these in the least is being a bit generous. And Ozark Tom, there is nothing wrong in this life with being a little bit generous. In fact, we'd be much better off if more people were a little bit more generous. But at the same time, just hold off a little bit. Just pull it back. Pull it back a little bit. Be a little bit more of a jerk. Tiny bit. Be like me. Be more like me. And unfortunately, I can't read any of these reviews because they are in either Spanish or Portuguese. From the looks of it, it is Spanish. Yeah, looks like Spanish to me. I'll end this roasting of you, Ozark Tom, by saying, where are the rest of the Peruvian films? Why are none of them in your top films? Ozark Tom, I'll end this roasting of you by asking, where are the Peruvian films? I know that they are not going to be the only things that you watch, but I would like to see a bit more representation of your home... But I would like to see a bit more representation of your home country's cinematic output here on your page. Be an ambassador, Tom. Be an ambassador. Kind of like how I'm not with Canadian film on my favorites, but don't you dare try to call me on that in the future. Yeah, Parasite's pretty good. Dune and 2049 are better than Arrival? Yeah. Arrival is good, but it's definitely not Villeneuve's best film. Which is wild, considering how good that it is. So how many have we done so far? We've done Andre, we've done Paco, we've done Ozark Tom. I don't want to do too many. Ugh, this is tough. Because, like, I don't want to do a video where I'm roasting, like, 7 people. Because I want to keep the video around 4 minutes or so. And I really wanted to go after this guy. All right, Alexis, Paul, and Anna, I might have to save you. I might have to save you for next week. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but this guy, he's just got himself wide open. The potential. I mean, I could just record 2 videos today. Although I only have 3. Maybe I'll just do these 4 then. You know what? Yeah, I'll just record 2 videos today, and then it'll come out, like, I'll do it now, but it'll just come out like a week in the future, and it'll save myself from doing it next week. Yeah, I'll do it now, but we'll call it a separate video. But I do want to end with this guy because he's left himself open. And that brings us to the final user who's going to be receiving a roasting. And that brings us to the final Letterboxd user who's going to receive a roasting from me today, and that is Survivor BTL. I don't know what that means, but when you come into one of my film lists called Cinephiles Recommend Films You Probably Haven't Seen, and then comment, I've seen a lot of these, you best believe you're getting roasted, kid. Who the fuck is this guy? My first appraisal of this profile is, who in the hell is this person? They say that they're a whore for art house cinema and their short films don't get ratings. They're also in a Wong Kar-wai film and they don't have any favorite films, just recent activity. And from the looks of it, one of them is a Solar Flare, The Color Blue, a Martin Scorsese film that is not that well liked but is a technical achievement, and a film called Box from 1982. The one that received the highest rating is, of course, the Martin Scorsese film with 2.5 stars, the other 3 getting a single heart each without any kind of star rating. I don't know what to make of this. Let's look at his review of The Irishman. Becomes terrible after the first hour, just like Goodfellas. Is that a micro review of Goodfellas inside a review of The Irishman? Why would you do that? And Goodfellas is a good movie. It's right there in the title. I don't know, Survivor BTL. I don't know about you. Although maybe you do earn yourself a little bit of reprieve with your... Although maybe you earn yourself a bit of a reprieve with your review of Box, which is, and I quote, tripping balls right now. That is a fair analysis. I assume that is a fair analysis. So Survivor BTL, you've given me very little to roast, and I encourage you to actually put some favorite films up here so I can come back and give you a little bit of the old roasting at some point in the future. Okay. So I'm just going to do the outro, and then we'll do a new intro, and then we'll roast the other people like I said I would. Isn't this fun, seeing how videos are made? And that's it for this week's Letterboxd roasting. If you would like to... And that's it for this week's Letterboxd roasting. If you would like your profile to get roasted, then follow me on Letterboxd. It's super easy to do. And like this channel and subscribe to Cinemateq if you don't want me to go hungry in the future. No, I think that's actually good. Maybe I'll just do one more take of it. And that's it for this week's Letterboxd profile roasting. If you would like your Letterboxd profile to get roasted, then please follow me and then I will. That's how this works. It's a very simple way of doing business. Sure. That was perfect. Thank you. Tripping balls right now, LOL. Yeah, this guy, when I saw this, and this came in like earlier today, I think. Yeah, it came in like 3 hours ago. When I saw that, I was just like, oh baby, you're getting it. You're getting the roast. I'm putting you on a spit, or wait, what is it called? A spit? I'm putting you on the spit. I'm gonna turn you over the flames. I'm gonna turn you into a delicious side dish. Like, dude's just gonna get roasted when you come at me with that. I've seen a lot of these. Come on. How many? How many of these films have you seen? Like, there's some, I guess actually a lot of these are, wait, these are the ones that you probably haven't seen? Have I seen a lot of these? I think so. I mean, okay, I've seen a third of them. No way the guy has seen, like, Possum. Or maybe he has. I don't know. With those art film people, they see a lot of stuff, you know? Should have put, like, some Marvel films on here, and then he would have been like, I haven't seen any of them. Alright. So now I gotta do a new intro. I'm just gonna wave to myself so editing TJ in the future can see the waving and know that this is when I'm about to do the intro for the second video. This is how my mind works. I hope you all really enjoy this view into how my mind works. Put that guy on a rotisserie. Hell yeah. He's going to be served at a Swiss chalet tomorrow or tonight. I don't know how long they cook stuff for. I don't eat meat. Yes, cinephiles, it's that time of the week once again. Time to roast some Letterboxd profiles. Let's see who our lucky contestants are this time. That was good. I like that. AJ Capes. First on the list is AJ Capes. I wonder what kind of movies he's into. First on the list is AJ Capes. I wonder what kind of movies he's into. Or I should say there, yeah. First on the list is AJ Capes. I wonder what movies they're into. On first appraisal of AJ Capes, I'm going to just say that he's a bit of a basic Criterion bitch. Ooh, I probably shouldn't go that hard, should I? A basic Criterion bitch. What the fuck am I even talking about? But like, look at these movies, right? It kind of makes sense. Whiplash, The Silence of the Lambs, 12 Angry Men, and Parasite. 3 of those 4 films are in the Criterion collection, and Whiplash probably would be, if it could be. Oh, dear. Actually, maybe I'll keep that in. And you know what I mean by a basic Criterion bitch. Look at these favorite films. 3 of the 4 are in the Criterion collection, and they're not even deep cuts. It's surface-level American and Korean cinema. Angry 12 Men? Everybody's seen Angry 12 Men. Nobody's impressed, Mr. Capes. Ooh. Is Hotel Rwanda on Rwanda genocide? Yeah? Yeah, it is. But the frustrating thing here, Mr. Capes, is that actually I really enjoy all 4 of those movies. So I'm not going to go too hard on you because I myself am a recovering basic Criterion bitch. So I feel your pain. And by pain, I mean the pain in your wallet. Then we have some of the recent activity, and it looks like he was getting into a little bit of Dallas Buyers Club, Dazed and Confused, Hotel Rwanda, and Turning Red. And having seen both Dallas Buyers Club and Dazed and Confused, I think we can all agree by saying, how dare you, Jean-Marc Vallée, rest in peace, give us the Jared Leto that we all know and do not like now. And now I'm laughing because I've read part of his review for Dallas Buyers Club, which is, and I quote, I have no clue what Jared Leto actually looks like. What a wonderful world you must live in. What a wonderful reality you must live in. I think that's about all. No need to go any further with Mr. AJ Capes. No need to go any further with Mr. AJ Capes. Hopefully we'll see him again a little bit in the... We're probably not going to see him ever again, so I don't know why I would say that. I saw Jean-Marc Vallée like 2 weeks. He died in a masterclass. Sad. Damn. Yeah, R.I.P. Jean-Marc. That was a big loss. A very big loss. All right, Mr. AJ Capes, that's enough for you. This time. There's only going to be one time. I don't know why I said that. That'll cut together well. Oh, look who's next. Look who's next. Next on the list is someone named Alexis. Let's see what they're up to. Oh, Lord of the Rings right off the bat. How original. Alexis, I might go a little bit harder on you because I know you're watching this right now. And then I see Once Upon a Time in the West, and I think to myself, maybe this person actually has some good taste. Then I move a little bit more to the right, and I see The Big Lebowski, which, while not being the best Coen Brothers film, is still a very good Coen Brothers film. And then finally, I understand how much taste this person actually has by putting in the deep cut of deepest cuts of David Lynch films, and of course that is The Straight Story, the absolute best film about a man getting on a lawnmower and driving, like, down the street. AJ Caps just got roasted. Boom, roasted. I'm actually kind of annoyed that I can't roast this anymore because your last 3 picks here are actually really good. And I will say that perhaps you're leaning a bit too heavily on American cinema, but it says here you're from Montreal, so of course you would, because that's the only thing Canadians know how to do. Roasting myself. Then we take a look at what you've seen recently, and it appears that you have watched the China Syndrome Sallow, because I can only assume you're a sick motherfucker, American Movie, and Shortcuts. And I have only seen none of those films, so I plan on commenting not a bit on them, although I think I've seen like half of American Movie in film school. I think the teacher told us that it was like a better film school than going to film school, and that made me feel real bad about the money that I had spent on going to film school. Thanks, Teach. TJ cursed. I do that occasionally. Only occasionally, though. Try to keep it calm. Have I been like leaning in too much? Like, have I been like right here while I've been reading this, or have I been like more like back here? I've been more back here, right? Because I want to stay middle frame if I can. But it does appear that Alexis reviews his films, and I'm really curious to see what he has to say about Sallow. So let's see what he wrote. I really found the dubbing in this film disturbing. That is what you found disturbing in Sallow? Are you sure? Are you sure that was the only thing that you found disturbing, Alexis? Are you absolutely positive? You know what? I take it back. You're not cool anymore. You are a sick motherfucker. I swore again. Alexis, I hope this is the roasting that you were hoping for. And I will say, like, out of everyone that I've looked at so far, you've seen the most films. Like, you're not that far away from 2000, which is a good milestone to get to. So keep going, young man. Keep going. You might be older than I am. I actually don't know. It was like eating shit. What was like eating shit? Watching Sallow? Yes, loved it. All right, good. It'll look better when I cut it together, I promise. All right. This will be, what, contestant the third? Yeah. And now we're moving on to contestant the third, Paul. But Paul didn't follow me recently, so I'm doing this more because he's watching me in a live stream right now, and I think that's just kind of a funny thing to do. And taking a look at Paul's favorite films, I know I'm going to have some things to say, but let's just first see what he's actually watched. And that is The Taste of Cherry, Possession, Nowhere, and Sunrise. And honestly, Paul, this is the kind of favorite film selection that I love to see. Taste of Cherry, I can't say anything about because it's a Tom Holland movie that just came out and I haven't seen it, unlike the other Tom Holland movies that just came out recently and I have seen. But then we move on to Possession, which has probably one of the best screams in a film ever, and it happens to be part of blah blah blah. And it happens to be part of one of the best. Wait, what do I want to say here? But then we move on to Possession, which definitely has one of the best screams ever recorded in a film, and that scream happens to take place in a scene that is one of the most disgusting things to ever happen in a subway. And believe you me, real disgusting things happen in subways all the time. As for Nowhere, I have no idea what that movie is, so I want to check it out, actually. What is this? What are you? A Greg Araki film? A Greg Araki film? Wait, is that Shannon Doherty? Wait, is that... Who? Wait, what? Who's in this? Heather Graham is in this? Ryan Philippe is in this? What? Who is this person I'm thinking of? I already said Rose McGowan. I already said Shannon Doherty. Who's the blonde one? Rachel True? This is Fascinating. What is this movie? Do I need to watch this? Denise Richards is in this movie too? And Tracy Lords? What's going on? It's like the 90s just made a single film and it's called Nowhere. That's actually very appropriate for the 90s now that I'm thinking about it. All right, Paul, you've piqued my interest with that one. And then finally we have the F.W. Murnau masterpiece, Sunrise. And the fact that you took the time to put a film in here that's a silent film just lets me know that you're an all right dude. So props to you. Congratulations. You get my seal of approval. There's not really much here to roast at all, except I will try to find one thing, because that's what we're trying to do here. Ah, there it is. I found the thing that I'm going to roast you for. You only gave Lamb 1.5 stars. What in the good goddamn are you thinking? I must now read your review in order to determine what is going on in your mind. If you view this film as one long joke with the punchline being the last 5 minutes, then it's a solid 4 out of 5 comedy, but I don't think that's what the director was going for. How do you know that's not what the director was going for? I'm just mostly upset because I liked Lamb and I have no real reason to. I just like fucked up stupid movies that look good. I don't give a shit if Taste of Cherry isn't a Tom Holland film. That's the thing though, right? Like just like how you pointed out to me that it's not a Tom Holland film, someone in the comments of the video is going to point that out to me too. It's just engagement, baby. It's just engagement. That's how we do it. I dare you to roast my top 4. I mean, Panda, did you follow me? Did you follow me on Letterboxd? All right, Paul, that's all you're going to get from me. All right, Paul, that's all you're going to get from me. Just consider it... All right, Paul, that's all you're going to get from me. Just consider this a light warning because of that Lamb review. I'm watching you. Yeah, Paul, I'm kind of the same way. Like, I watch so many films because, you know, I just love watching movies. And that's why all of my reviews are, like, 4 words long at the most part. I just don't bother putting any effort into them. I try to, yeah. Okay, now I'm actually curious. That Tom Holland movie, or the movie that I thought was a Tom Holland movie, who's actually in it? Oh, I fucked that up pretty badly. It's a Kiarostami film? Oh, eat shit, TJ. That's hilarious, actually. That was bad. That roast was harsh. What do you mean? I was very complimentary. Except for the Tom Holland thing. Oh, God. Oh, God. What have I done? What have I done? It's gonna be so fucking hilarious seeing like the Kiarostami stands go after me in the comments of the video for that. If they ever find this live stream, they're gonna be like, "Oh, he baited us, that son of a bitch." Yeah, I did. I baited you good. I should have guessed by the poster. I guess wasn't Tom Holland in a movie recently that had like Cherry in it? Or wait, Tom Cherry. I don't even know what the fuck I'm typing. Or was it just called Cherry? Oh, it was just called Cherry. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. All right. I'm over it. Back to the roasting. Wait, did I finish my outro for Paul? Yeah, I did. Piz for Panda Revs. All right, well, we got to do Anna first. I guess this is going to be a 5-1. Contestant number 4 today will be Anna. I wonder what kind of weird things she's into. And in what is turning out to be a trend on these videos is someone putting an Andrei Tarkovsky film in their top 4. So many goddamn film nerds follow me, I don't know why I attract that type of person. Is it because I'm a film nerd? Is it because I'm a film nerd? Probably. Yeah, probably it is. This is also not the first time that we've seen Hausu on here as well. In fact, your top 4 is like half the same as another person's top 4. Maybe you should go back and find that person and talk to them. Maybe you guys are kindred spirits of sorts. You also have Blue, which... You also have Blue and But I'm a Cheerleader, which actually makes me think that you're my friend Casey, who I went to university with, because this is probably the top 4 that she would put together. Who directed Blue again? Shiro Ando. Okay, I was going to say something stupid about that, so I'm glad I didn't. That was another case of mistaken identity that I almost walked into. And yeah, but I'm a cheerleader. I really need to see this. A comedy of sexual disorientation. Was that House? Oh, yeah. Louis, I'm going to remove that. And I'm going to tell you why. Just in the world, you don't really know how someone's sexual orientation is going to be perceived by others. So we shouldn't be throwing that kind of stuff around because we don't want to accidentally out someone or something like that. I think, yeah, you saying you meant it as a joke, I accept that. But we shouldn't be commenting on other people's sexual orientation just based on their likes, you know? Like if you look at my top 4, you'd think I was in the military, but that's obviously not fucking true. And depending on who you talk to in America, they definitely think the military is a sexual orientation. Have you seen those cannons? They're just big dicks. I bet I have the weakest top 4 out of all your followers. Maybe. I'm not saying it was a homophobic remark. I'm just saying that we shouldn't be like accidentally outing people or trying to infer something about someone's sexuality based on their films. Oh, we are roasting, but like sexuality is not something that should be roasted. In my mind, at least. That's just dumb. It's like not a thing to roast about, you know? It's like middle school humor, like, oh, look at that guy, he's so gay, ha 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 ha. Like that's just dumb shit. I try to do real highbrow roasting, like like calling someone out for liking Tarkovsky. No, it's cool. I understand that you meant it as a joke. I just wanted to let you know why I did that. Oh, what else can we do here? And honestly, Anna, there's not a lot else I can say about your profile. I do want to point out one thing, though. You do have, in your recent activity, Tokyo Drifter, the film by... No, that's not what I wanted to see. Why isn't it showing me the movie? What? But if I click on favorite film, it takes me to the page. If I click on this, it takes me to the review. Ooh, that's some bad website design, Letterboxd. Yeah, Nick. It's like you said, TJ Nolo punching. I don't think what he was doing was like, I mean, yeah, I don't think it was homophobic in nature, but let's keep it to the movies. So wait, how do I do this then if I want to cut this together? Tokyo Drifter, yeah. So there's not much else to say about your profile, Anna. It's pretty good, but I did see one very interesting thing. So there's not much else to say here, Anna. Your profile is mostly pretty good. But I did see that you recently watched Tokyo Drifter, and I'm wondering what you thought about it. Let's take a look. Nothing at all. You just gave it 4.5 stars. Awesome. Awesome way for me to make content doing this. I like my job. And I wish I could look at some of your other And I wish I could look at some of your other reviews, but they are all in what I think is Portuguese, so that's a no-go for me. I'm just going to have to assume that you know what you're talking about and that you have good taste. Because based on these favorite films, I'm thinking you do have pretty good taste and varied taste, which is the most important. So that wasn't much of a roasting, which means we have to go to at least one more person in order to get our roasting... I almost said like roasting nuts off or something like that. I just vibed watching Mir. Sick. So that wasn't much of a roast, which means we have to go to at least one more profile in order to really get the roasting out of our system. I'll do that better. So Anna, there wasn't much about your profile to roast, which means I have to roast one more person just so we can get the roasting out of our system. And it looks like that person is going to be Piz for Panda Revs, who just followed me like 7 minutes ago. So if you want to get roasted, you know that you have to follow me. It could happen right now, in this live stream. Am I live right now? You don't know. You're watching me in a YouTube video. Yep, that's you. Ooh. Oh, no. Stay subscribed after I'm done. It's only a joke. It's all in good fun. Just gonna take a look around. Yep. Oh, baby. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this is gonna get ugly. It's gonna get real bad. All right. All right. I love it. I'm a cheerleader. Miran House. Yeah. I've only heard great things about those films. I might have even seen Mira, but I might be thinking of a different Tarkovsky film. All right, Piss for Panda reviews. I'm just going to call you Panda from now on because that's way easier to say. Let's look at your favorite films. And they are Black Swan, pretty basic. The Dark Knight, super basic. The Prince of Egypt, probably an okay animated film, but I feel like you could have done better. And once again, 12 Angry Men. It's almost like there's a reoccurring theme amongst many of these profiles that I go to see, and that it's people just like copying each other's taste. I'm so sorry. And I'm not saying that Black Swan and The Dark Knight are bad films, but like, there's so many other films. Like, why do these have to be your favorite films? Couldn't you have other favorite films that are better films? This is too much. This is too much. Oh, got him. There we go. All right. You're feeling happy about this. I feel like I'm being too mean, though. Ugh. I feel like the first one I did was much less mean than this. Ugh. And Panda, you may have thought that that was a little unfair of me, but you want to know why I'm giving you such a hard time about your favorite films? It's because of this. Your review of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. You gave it 1/2 star. A 1/2 star only for Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Are you kidding me? Let's see what your words have to say about it. This is probably the most overrated movie of all time. I can feel the rage building up inside of me. There are 0 qualities I can think of when it comes to this one. What does that even mean? I don't know what that sentence is trying to say. One of my biggest pet peeves is when the movie decides to have exposition and narration when introducing characters. You mean during the character introductions? This is something that's all over the place in this movie. Not a single Spider-Man gets introduced without them narrating their life story. Well, that's kind of the point, because it's trying to give context to each one of the different Peter Parkers. That's the point of the movie. It's the laziest thing I've ever seen, and it ticks me off. Not as much as this review is ticking me off, Panda. I wish I could take... Jesus Christ. Oh, you did that for April Fools? Son of a bitch. Got me. You got me. How long is this review? Because I kind of have a... Okay, I'm not going to read the whole thing. But I have an idea for a joke I can say here. And it looks... And after clicking more, Panda, I have found another 3 paragraphs to this ridiculous review. So you know what I'm going to do is call this a Panda Express and say, no fucking way I'm reading the rest. I'm going to move on to someone who actually likes movies. Oh, God. We have fun here, don't we? We have fun. Or wait, no, this one. Yeah. And by moving on to someone who likes movies, I mean me, because we're done here. So if you want to get roasted, please follow me on Letterboxd, and I'll get to the roasting real quick. See, Panda, I wouldn't have said that unless you told me that it was an April Fool's joke. I feel like that gave me license to be a little bit more mean. Because if I'm joking on your joke, then it's a double joke. It's like a double jump in Mario. It's just better. Shakama time. I think I need to do one more take of the outro. And by moving on to someone who actually likes movies, I mean me, the host of this show. If you would like to have your Letterboxd account roasted, then please follow me on Letterboxd. You can't do anything simpler than that. You probably can. And by moving on to someone who actually likes movies, I mean me, your host. If you would like to get your Letterboxd account roasted, please follow me on Letterboxd and we'll have some fun with it. Sure, one of those three will work. These roasts are going to cause PTSD. Just wait until they're cut together. Y'all are going to have to watch the one that comes out tomorrow and let me know what you think about it, because it's a bit like that whole section, that whole roast that I did probably took like 10 to 12 minutes to do. I'm cutting these down into like less than 4-minute videos. And of course there's a lot of like just filler stuff, like me talking to the chat that gets that of course is going to get cut out. But yeah, like the cutting gets pretty tight on these, which I actually enjoy doing. All right, for anyone here who's in the chat who just got roasted, I'm sorry. I hope you had fun. I hope you had a good time. All right, so yeah, let's do Shikama time. I need a break before I go on and do the reaction. So let's go back to this view here. Let me just switch this around. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Where is the chat box? There it is. Almost got it on the first go. Boop. There we go. What's Up Doc was awesome. I don't think I've seen that. The last 5 seconds of Shakma are good. I hope I can, like, just based off of the resolution, I hope I can tell what's going on. Like, I can kind of see there's like a bike rack in a building here with some trees, but there's not a lot going on. Show him Morbius. No, not right now. Half star, are you tripping balls? Oh man, so good. Roast. Got him. All right, let's check this out. Oh, someone is new is following me on Twitter. Beast YouTube promoter, or best YouTube promoter. Thank you, whoever you are. Was that the Shining is a rom-com? That's What's Up, Doc? I just finished reading The Shining, and I know that there's a lot of allusions to Bugs Bunny in that book. Doc was said quite a bit. Anyways, here is the trailer requested by Alexis for Shakma. It's supposed to be kind of fucked up. Let's see where it leads us. Ooh, look at that music. Or listen to that music.
It started as a study of human aggression.
Ah, what is this?
It led to experiments on primates.
What the hell?
But something went wrong.
It's like a monkey attack group. Yo, is that the girl from Saved by the Bell? I can't tell because the resolution's so low, but that looks like the girl who did Showgirls, right? The one from Saved by the Bell, right? I'm not wrong, right? Nope, that's not her. Never mind. Yeah, that's not a bad shot. Oh, they got real monkeys too. Like, legitimately, this must have been a terrifying movie to shoot. Like, this is almost giving me Roar vibes. Like, how close they are to the camera, and like having these things just like jump over camera like that. Like, imagine if this dude slips right here. Imagine if he slips and just goes like full into the camera operator instead of making the jump. That's gonna ruin a life, probably.
starring Christopher Atkins, two-time recipient of the National Association of Theater Owners Star of the Year Award. First for Blue Lagoon, now for Shakma. Also starring Amanda Wyss of Silverado and Nightmare on Elm Street. Ari Myers from Silverado and Nightmare on Elm Street. Ari Myers from TV's Kate and Alley, featuring Roddy McDowall as Professor Sorensen. And Shakma, shocking audiences everywhere. Shakma!
That's sick. That's so good. Oh my god. Hey, look, some dude is live talking about movies. That's cool. Yo, that's amazing. I gotta play that last thing again. Just that, and Shakma.
And Shakma.
That's sick. The way he stands up.
Roddy McDowall as Professor Sorensen. And Shakma. Shocking audiences everywhere.
Amazing. Shakma! Whoever yells out Shakma at the end needs to be given an Academy Award of some kind. Like, that person has done so much for the progression of the artistic medium of cinema, more so than George Méliès, more so than Steven Spielberg, more so than Alfred Hitchcock. This person who just yelled out Shakma is maybe the most important person who has ever existed in the history of cinema. Glorious. Simply glorious. All right, I see we got a couple of requests coming in here. Look up trailer that ended with "What's up, Doc?" Do you have a movie name? And like, I do need to record the Criterion Closet thing, but we can watch a couple of like suggested things before we get to that. So is this? Can we look at The Shining deepfake with Jim Carrey? If we can find it. Just look it up. You look it up and tell me what it is. It looks like there's a few of them here. I guess we'll do the first one. Yeah, we'll do the first one. It's a bit shorter. Control Shift Face. Get out of here, CC. Actually, I guess that's a good question to ask. Does anyone want the CC turned on like all the time? Because I think you can turn the CC on now because of how I'm streaming. So if you need if you would like that, then you have that option. I guess I shouldn't be turning it off like all willy-nilly. That does look like Jim Carrey, although his forehead is definitely different. What's gonna happen? Imagine. Wait, what did she say? His name's Jack.
How's it going?
Fine.
Get a lot written today?
Yes.
Hey, the weather forecast said it's gonna snow tonight.
What do you want me to do about it?
Oh, come on, hon. Don't be so grouchy.
I'm not being grouchy. I just want to finish my work.
Okay, I understand. I'll come back later on with a couple of sandwiches for you, and maybe you'll let me read something then.
Wendy, let me explain something to you. Whenever you come in here and interrupt me, you're breaking my concentration. You're distracting me, and it will then take me time to get back to where I was. Understand?
And if they could pitch the voice a little bit, it would be pretty convincing.
Fine. And we're gonna make a new rule. Whenever I'm in here, you hear me typing, or whether you don't hear me typing, what the fuck you hear me doing in here, when I'm in here, that means that I am working. That means don't come in. Now, do you think you can handle that?
Yeah.
Fine. Why don't you start right now and get the fuck out of here?
Okay.
I don't think this scene actually takes place in the book, but my goodness. It's a good one. Has anyone here seen both The Shining and read The Shining? Because I would like to get some thoughts from people in the chat as to which one they prefer. Because yeah, I found it pretty interesting reading The Shining for the first time and always thinking back to the movie, because there are some fairly significant differences. Today I watched Affair to Remember, great movie, and Full Moon High, both great watches. Is Full Moon High a werewolf high school movie? Because that sounds great. All right, Louis, I'm going to try to find this trailer you're talking about. Let's look for it on here first. Trailer. What's Up, Doc? Like, I don't know how I'm going to be able to find a trailer that ends with What's Up, Doc. Is it the trailer for the film What's Up, Doc? Where Barbra Streisand, like, literally plays the manifestation of Bugs Bunny? Is that what you're talking about? I know I say this every night, but I can't believe more people don't watch this stream. Slowly but surely, like, for this stream, you've seen that we've been averaging close to like 10 to 12 people for most of it. I know we're at like 8 people right now, but you know, for a Tuesday night stream, that's actually pretty good. So it means that more people are coming back and watching. So I think it's just gonna slowly start building up, and then maybe there'll be a moment of critical mass. I was watching a video about this earlier that kind of talked about how channels can explode. And sometimes it just means that like someone, like an influencer of note, just says like, oh, hey, this person's got a pretty good channel. This person's got a pretty good stream. How anyone like that would even notice this channel, I have no idea. But, you know, it's obvious that like the organic way is working. It just, you know, I just need it to work faster. So, which is why you're going to see me experimenting with some things like, you'll notice over the last little while, I've been using the same thumbnail for every live stream. Now I'm updating the thumbnail and I'm trying something a bit brighter to see if that brings in people more and gets them to stay more. There are definitely new people in the chat here who maybe have been watching before, who haven't been chatting before, and that's great. So all of those things contribute and lead to this becoming more and more seen. So hopefully, Paul, this will be, there'll be even more people like you who are wondering that when we've got like 50 people in here and 100 people, and then suddenly there's going to be 2,000 viewers, and this will be a proper full-time job, and I will be happier than a pig in shit. So yeah, it's crazy how deepfakes look real. Yeah, no doubt. Look up trailer that ended with What's Up, Doc. See, this makes me think that you didn't actually try to look this up, Louis, because you could have done this too. You're positive it's not the movie What's Up, Doc? Because everything here is just going to say, like, What's Up, Doc? The SEO on trying to find this is going to be, like, impossible because this movie exists. A movie called What's Up, Doc exists. So I don't think we're going to have... luck with this. Are you talking about Shoot 'Em Up? Because I know that Clive Owen in that film is also doing a version of Bugs Bunny. He always eats carrots, so maybe that trailer ends with What's Up, Doc? But I don't know how we're going to be able to find this. It was with Michael Keaton. All right. I'm not going to spend much more time on this. So I'll look at Michael Keaton's filmography, and if something jumps out, then we'll try it, but we're definitely not searching through every single one of Michael Keaton's films. Is it Rabbit Test? Although that's I don't know. I think he's only a sailor, so I don't think he's actually in that. Beetlejuice? It's not Batman or Batman Returns. Multiplicity? Actually, Multiplicity would make sense because he'd be saying What's Up, Doc to another version of himself. Is it Multiplicity? What else? I mean, yeah, this yeah, his career goes kind of nowhere for a while. If I think of it, I'll tell you later. All right, cool, thanks. Then let's just move on with with our regularly scheduled programming, which is actually, yeah, I should take a look at what Josephine is saying, because you're talking about the movie that I asked about. Summary of Full Moon High. During a family vacation to Transylvania, of course, Tony Walker, played by Adam Arkin, is bitten by a werewolf. Yes. As a result, he'll live forever, but is also cursed with an incurable wanderlust. Okay. He drops out of high school shortly after his transformation, but later Tony regrets never playing in the big football game against a hated local rival, so one day he decides to re-enroll, and then there is a love triangle between three different ladies. It's directed by Larry Cohen, known for It's Alive and Maniac Cop. Oh, really? Oh, really? That sounds pretty cool. I would super be into saying that. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to watch the trailer for Full Moon High right now. Not in that window, though. I need that for something else. Full Moon High official trailer. Oh, the full movie's right here. That looks like a really bad version of it, though. Silver Knife. That kind of looks like someone I know. Is on YouTube, Kino Domain. That's how I watched it. Okay. It's also like right here, but that's obviously a different one. I would love to see like an HD trailer. Oh, Scream Factory did it. Blu-ray clip. Werewolf transformation. Oh, okay. I guess it's kind of a long trailer, but whatever. We don't mind that here, do we? Now on Blu-ray. Ooh, they did not do much of a restoration on this.
Have I got a short lifeline or what?
You carry the curse of the
Holy
pentagram.
Shit, that's Adam Arkin?
I always wanted to go to the Pentagon. Pentagram,
oh, wow.
stupid. Oh.
That's what he looks like young?
The mark of the wolf.
Worse than having the mark of the wolf, Tony discovered, uh-oh, he was the wolf.
Look, I got some dreaded disease only whispered about in the Dark Ages, okay?
How tall is Adam Arkin?
Penicillin, clear it up just like that.
Oh, no.
Can't be that severe. I mean, you're running better than ever.
Eating better than ever was more like it.
Never again.
I always love it. I always love it when you can tell that they had to replace a scream. Like, this is obviously not her screaming.
Never again. I'll never do it again.
But whenever the moon was full, he did do it again, and again, and again.
Oh, they're all replaced. It's all fake screams.
Oh, God, what a bummer. Keep away from me! I'm your father! You creep!
Tony Walker became a hunted man. Werewolf. Man. Wolf. Man. Werewolf.
God. When the trailer doesn't even know what the plot line is.
The commies turned my son into a wolf.
Yes, he blames the communists, and he's got... Wait. That's supposed to be Hoover, I think, right? The FBI guy? Is this guy also Hoover? Or is he just, like, style his entire life after Hoover? What? What? This is wild. I need answers to these questions.
I don't know how they did it. Might have been something in the water.
Maybe it was something in the air.
Oh no, not a guy in a gorilla costume.
This is simply a shot to put you to sleep, so that when I skin you, it will not be unbelievably painful. No. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot him better. He shot the camera.
Incredible.
Full Moon High.
Wait. Is that a line that said he shot the camera?
He shot the camera.
Is this like some, like, Revenge of the Killer Tomatoes type stuff? Like, is it meant to be like a meta horror film?
Full Moon High. Starring Adam Arkin.
Can't believe that's Adam Arkin. Oh, eating dog food, bro?
Ed McMahon.
Oh, it's Ed McMahon. Shit, I should have recognized him.
Bill Kirchenbauer. Demond Wilson. Kenneth Mars. Louis Nye. Roz Kelly.
Fleas or no fleas? I want to be your woman.
What?
Roz Kelly.
Fleas or no fleas? I want to be your woman.
How you can tell a man wrote the film. Lines like that.
Come back here, you big hairy legged coward!
God, look at all that hair.
It's the Wookiee!
The Wookiee. Nice.
Full Moon High.
I'm in trouble. Shoot up! Put me down!
This is where Tony Scott got the idea for the intro of The Last Boy Scout.
It's
Guns
not
on the
just
football
another
field.
macho football movie.
What is that, beer? Is that an alcoholic beverage? Here, explain that to your mother.
Full Moon High. It's not just another sleazy high school movie. Full Moon High. It's not just another teenage werewolf movie. It's a bite out on the town.
It's a bite out on the town. Oh my god. Josephine, I will say that it's pretty rad that you will watch this movie on the same day as An Affair to Remember. That's the kind of variety that I like to see out of Cinephiles. What is YouTube Kino Domain? Or Kino Domain? Do they put up like free movies too? And by free, I mean movies that they don't care if the copyright, if they make money from it in a certain way. I don't know what I'm saying. All right, so this is another one. Oh wow, these are just full 1080p like restorations from the look of it. Shit, wait, that was Peter Sellers. Is that Peter Sellers? That looks like Peter Sellers. Corruption, 1968. Cool. Right on, right on. So there's another one for everyone who likes to watch movies for free. Wait, what is Kino Domain After Hours? It has more subscribers. Do they have more videos? Channel has no videos, yet has a ton of subscribers. Fishy. Very fishy. All right, I see there's some other trailer requests. I'm going to shoot the Criterion Closet with Paul Dano first, and then we'll get back to that. There's also some other stuff that I wanted to show you guys too. So we'll hang on to those. Hang on to those suggestions. We'll come back to them. I also just want to take a look at the chat here. Hot take, I thought he deserved the Oscar for that. I know a lot of people wanted Eddie Murphy to win that year, but Alan Arkin was fantastic. For Little Miss Sunshine, I assume you're saying? I also like Alan Arkin in The Rocketeer. Rocketeer's pretty sick. It was like one of the big films of my childhood, actually. I used to watch that all the time when it came on like the Family Channel. Louis, I've already gone down that road. Unless you can find it, I'm not going to keep searching for it. I'm not here to do your research for you. I know I'm here to entertain you, but I'm not here to do your research for you. I just like to watch anything uplifting, romantic, whether dramatic or horror. That explains me watching Full Moon High the same day as Affair to Remember. Gotcha. I gotcha. That's pretty fun. That's pretty cool. Interested to see Paul Dano's performance in The Fabelmans. Louis, I'm not looking up one more time. There's nothing that I can do that will make my Google searching any better this time around. It's an impossible thing to find unless someone has literally like created a Reddit thread about it. So no. If you can find it, great. But I'm not going to waste time searching for it. All right. Paul Dano time. Paul Dano time. So I'll be doing this the same as last time. You guys will not be visible on the chat, but I got to do my intros and outros and things like that. So I'll just signal to myself, I'm doing it again. This is the best part, right? When I just wave my hands erratically. I'm sure my neighbors can probably see me right now with this light on me, and they're like, what the hell is this kid doing, and who's he talking to for hours on end 3 times a night, or 3 times a week? But it's fun. But it's fun. Check the old phone. All right, no one's talking to me. Good. All right. Cinephiles, it's time to take another deep dive into the Criterion Closet, this time with Paul Dano. I wonder what he's going to pull out. That was pretty good. Cinephiles, it's time to take another deep dive into the Criterion Closet, this time with Paul Dano. I wonder what he's going to pull off the shelf. Man, it's almost like I write these in advance, but I don't. I'm so talented. Don't let my ego get too big, guys, all right? Chat's got to keep me in line, keep me humble. All right. here we go.
Wow. Okay, I want to try to respect the closet and not be, like, too greedy.
The Safdie brothers probably should have seen this before they went on their little rampage.
But I also am already seeing so many things that I just, like, want to totally grab off the shelf.
I imagine that when Paul Dano goes crazy, he still does it in a way that is the most calm way possible. Like, his chaos is like most people's normal, I'm guessing.
I want this. I've never seen this.
What is it? What is it? What is it? You dropped it, Paul Dano?
I've never seen this.
Oh, One-Eyed Jacks. That's a movie that I haven't seen, but it either is starring or directed by Marlon Brando? I can't remember exactly, but it's one that I've had on my list for a long time as well.
I'm just going to read what the special features are here while we're...
Oh yeah, that's directed by Marlon Brando. Wild. It's always fun to see a movie directed by a well-known actor, you know? Seeing what they can do behind the camera, it's cool.
Looking at it, yeah, I just feel like this needs to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, that's why they made a DVD out of it, Paul. That's kind of the whole point.
I'm going to take this Shock to Me box set. Or, I mean, I could also just take these guys, but I think this would be...
Ooh, he's going for a box set. The Jacques Demy box set from the looks of it. Yeah, I think he already said that. Once again, this is not a box set that I've seen anything from, but I understand the temptation to just want to take box sets while you're there. I'll also point out that if you just zoom in a little bit up top, you can see that the thing right beside the Jacques Demy box set is David Cronenberg's Scanners. And if Paul Dano doesn't take that, I'm going to be very disappointed in him.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give some shout-outs along the way to some movies that I really, really, truly adore.
Do you think he's going to shout out Cinemateq? Probably not. We didn't exist back then.
One filmmaker that really kind of changed how I thought about film is Ozu.
Oh, yes, Paul. Tell me about Ozu. Please tell me about Ozu. Oh, that's on Blu-ray too. Man, watching these videos just makes me want to buy stuff. I'm pretty sure I've seen Good Morning, or maybe I've seen an earlier version of it because Ozu remade his own films all the time. But if you haven't seen an Ozu film, please just do yourself a favor. Just be calm, drink some tea, and allow it to overtake you in the way that a meditative film truly can. Lovely filmmaker, lovely filmography. Just watch it all. Watch it all.
And I just don't think I knew you could make films like he does, that you could just put the camera somewhere, rely on the composition, and just sort of like the image and the cut, and that the sort of rhythm of it, his storytelling, sort of ends up transcending itself by the end, and he's sort of somehow doing melodrama but completely undercutting it by his pace and by like skipping like the big event in the film, which is in an American film normally you would like show the wedding or you'd show the big thing, and he really changed who I am. I think he's one of like the great artists of the 20th century.
So I'm not going to disagree with anything Paul Dano just said, but since he just talked for a while, I will just let everyone know that Ozu also had a very interesting way of shooting his films from a technical standpoint with technology and counting frames. And I suggest you all go look up that little fact and get an even larger appreciation for what Ozu does.
God, I love this film, Make Way for Tomorrow. Such a beautiful American melodrama.
He's not pulling it out, but Make Way for Tomorrow, he called it a melodrama. Oh, I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, I'm thinking of a sci-fi film that's also in the Criterion Collection that is not Make Way for Tomorrow. Why is Paul Dano picking things that I haven't seen? It's almost like we're different people.
And the film that inspired Tokyo Story, I believe. Oh, I want this. This Sporting Life.
Oh, Rocco, what are you doing? You're ruining the sound, dude. Knock it off. Do you want to get up here and, like, ruin my day? Oh, now you're just going to walk away? What kind of cat are you? A typical one. I'm going to back that up a little bit and redo that.
Oh, I want this.
What are you getting? What's he going for?
This Sporting Life.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, that's Lindsay... Fuck me. Oh, yes, that's Lindsay Anderson's first film. He also directed If, which is also in the Criterion Collection. Malcolm McDowell's first... It's one of Malcolm McDowell's first films. Not This Sporting Life, but If. Anyways, I haven't seen This Sporting Life, but I've always wanted to. In fact, I actually owned that at one point in time, but I never got around to watching it because I'm a bad cinephile.
This is just an incredible performance. I saw it a long time ago.
Oh, he's actually seen it.
And I feel like, again, like when you get to see acting like that, that's really just sort of so raw, and it feels unstudied. And I just remember thinking in the past few years, I've got to see this sporting life again. This filmmaker is super important to me.
What's next?
Edward Yang.
Oh, Edward Yang's Yi Yi. This is one that I have seen. I saw it back in film school. Once again, another kind of meditative film. It seems like he's mostly going for those films that you kind of put on and it's a slice of life, but it doesn't go too quickly. Rocco, what are you doing? You're ruining all the takes, Rocco. Get up here or go away. You have those choices. No, don't chew the cords. Get up here. Cat. Cat. Why are you like this, Cat? Cat. Sorry, everybody. Cats are gonna cat, you know? Are you serious, bro? Well, alright. I guess I'll just continue without you. Or are you gonna come up? Ugh. Come on. Ugh. Alright, now lay down and be quiet. Stop bothering everybody. And by everybody, I mean me. Stop bothering me. I just saw like the replay of Rocco coming up on my monitor screen. Aw, you little bastard. Chewed through my cable. Wow, that might actually be screwed. Good job, Cat. Good job. At least headphone cables are somewhat easy to replace these days. Anyways. I guess I'll just go back and redo Yi again too, since I lost my train of thought.
See this sporting life again. This filmmaker is super important.
Who is it? Who is it?
Edward Yang.
Oh, he's got Yi. Yeah. This is another one that I have actually seen. I saw this back in film school. Another meditative film, a kind of slice of life film that you can just watch and see the lives of other people just wash over you. And this one specifically focuses on a child who I believe is named Yi in the film. So you get this almost dreamlike quality to it. This sort of like life from the standpoint and the view of a child. It's pretty interesting. I would suggest it. I think it's pretty good.
And Yi is an incredible film, and really one of my favorite films ever made is A Brighter Summer Day, which is in here somewhere.
Yeah, he's looking for A Brighter Summer Day.
So much so that I reached out to Criterion and asked for. I said, "Can you please spare me a poster of A Brighter Summer Day so I can put it up in my home?" And they kindly did. And it's the only movie poster up in our apartment.
I wonder if I were to reach out to the Criterion Collection if they would spare me a poster. I would really love to get their Persona poster, actually, the one that they used for the Ingmar Bergman box set on the front of it. I would love to have that image in high quality on my wall somewhere. Please, Criterion, help me out.
So I just wanted to give a shout out to my own Private Idaho.
A shout out to My Own Private Idaho, the Gus Van Sant film with Keanu Reeves and I think Christian Slater. Is that Christian Slater? I hope that's Christian Slater. I really don't like being wrong in these videos, but I'm often wrong in these videos.
We saw this film projected about a month ago.
It's Kevin Bacon, isn't it?
And I had never seen River Phoenix on the big screen.
Fuck me, it's River Phoenix. Why did it have to be River Phoenix? Of all the ones to get wrong. I'm bad at this. I'm very bad at this.
And there are some scenes in this film. It's the first time I've really been excited by acting in like a few months or something. There was just like the scene by the fire when they're on the road and he kind of confesses to Keanu's character that he feels something for him. You know, he said something so honestly and vulnerably. A woman in the audience gasped in the theater. And the scene after that, when they're visiting his brother's house, there was something so intimate. It was like, we shouldn't be watching this. How do we end the closet video? Just say thank you, and
that's not everything.
I hope to share my good fortune somehow.
He didn't show us everything in the bag.
Else someday. Yeah, thanks.
Oh. All right. Can't believe you chewed through my cable, or almost did. You little beast. You little terrible. You little terror. What is wrong with you? You were fed. Don't be such a cranky boy. I said don't be a cranky boy. And that's all from Paul Dano's trip. I probably should get closer to the mic. And that's all from Paul Dano's trip into the Criterion Closet. If you were in the closet, what videos? And that's all from Paul Dano's trip into the Criterion Closet. If you went into the closet, what movies would you pick? And who do you want me to react to next? Let me know in the comments below. Yeah, all right. I'll call that good. Rocco. What's the matter? Why are you being so feisty? You're usually a calm boy. Let's go through this. I saw some stuff come up in the chat. Paul Dano and Zoe Kazan have been together since 2006, still going strong. Nice. It's always cool to see. Oh, I should probably get the chat back up if the cat's going to allow me to do that. There we go. Rocco, get your paw off. Yeah, always good to see relationships that last, you know? That's always a good thing. Paul Dano deserves a nom for There Will Be Blood, and Batman was great in Little Miss Sunshine. He probably won't get one for Batman, if we're being honest. One-Eyed Jacks was the movie referenced in Old by M. Night Shyamalan. Oh, really? It's like Alexis is going crazy for Ozu. Sick. M. Night should have been nominated for Unbreakable. It depends on who else was nominated that year. Hamaguchi and Koreeda were both very much influenced by Ozu. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I never would have thought of Ozu influencing Hamaguchi, but having seen Drive My Car, yeah. Not like compositionally, like not from a framing standpoint, but from the sort of like quietness that the film goes about its business. Yeah, that definitely feels like an Ozu type thing. Koreeda, I don't think I would have guessed either, but I guess that kind of makes some sense. As a girl, I find Malcolm McDowell super attractive in If. I think it's actually pretty hilarious with If, how you can almost treat it like the prequel to A Clockwork Orange. And watching those two films back to back is a lot of fun. And if you've never done that, I suggest you do. TJ, I'm a Blu-ray collector and Criterion is good, but the best boutique labels are Shout Factory, Arrow, and Vinegar Syndrome. I love Arrow and Vinegar Syndrome, and I should actually be getting something in the mail soon. I found a boutique label in Canada that is doing a lot of restorations of Canadian films, and they're sending me a Blu-ray to review of some kind. I can't even remember which one it was because it was so long ago, but they are sort of a sub-brand or a sub-label of Vinegar Syndrome. So it'll be my first experience owning something that Vinegar Syndrome like ships or has available on their store. But I know that Vinegar Syndrome is like very good at their restorations, and they do a lot of really good restoration work. So I've always been a fan of them, but I've never really seen anything that they've restored aside from Flesh for Frankenstein, which I saw in theaters not that long ago. Kino Lorber is becoming really good too. Yeah, Kino Lorber is like more well-known, at least in my mind, for doing silent film restorations. But yeah, they are a good brand as well. I think Kino Lorber also has its own streaming service, if I remember correctly. River Phoenix. Yes, I know it was River Phoenix. Okay. I'm not a big Michael Cera fan. Why not? And like we'll get around to Michael Cera eventually. There's a lot of Criterion Closets left to do. We'll just be doing one of these a week. So yeah, we'll get there eventually. He disappeared. Yeah, he's kind of not in movies that much anymore, eh? I wonder what happened to him. Like, was he just too Michael Cera? What have you been up to, Mr. Canadian actor Michael Cera? So he was only in one film in 2021, and that was Crypto Zoo, where he did a voice. And he's also in Paws of Fury, The Legend of Hank, which he's doing another voice for. I guess that's an animated film. And then, yeah, he was in 3 films in 2018 and like maybe 6 films in 2017. But yeah, not a whole lot going on with him the last couple of years. I'm sure he's just like waiting to get into like that sort of like older part of his career where he doesn't really look like Michael Cera anymore, and they kind of like need that Michael Cera person, but like in their 40s. I'm wondering if that's going to happen for him, if that's going to be what he gets, or if maybe he'll get like a prestige HBO role, and then that will be the thing that brings back his career. He's great in Scott Pilgrim, yeah, for sure. Scott Pilgrim versus the World is a great movie. And Dano's best performance is without a doubt Prisoners. Ooh, I don't know. There'll Be Blood. He's pretty good in that. I would have to rewatch Prisoners in order to make a stand on that one way or another. You'll understand what I'm trying to do if one more time look up Michael Keaton that ended with "What's up, Doc?" Nope, and I will be ignoring any messages asking me to do that. Indicator is another pretty good label. Indicator I'm not aware of. Indicator Blu-ray. Is it Powerhouse Films? Diabolic DVD? Indicator. Yeah, I guess these are all Indicator ones. Okay, it looks like they do a lot of some westerns and some silent films, maybe? Columbia Noir #5, Humphrey Bogart. Ooh, what's on that? It's like UK, but Dead Reckoning, Knock on Any Door, Tokyo Joe, Surco, The Family Secret, The Harder They Fall. Interesting. Is Indicator like a UK-based one? No. It's also in the US. All right. Yeah, I really do admire a lot of these boutique labels that are trying to like keep a lot of older films alive, because a lot of this stuff will not end up on a streaming service that anyone will have access to. So it's basically it. Like, this is your only shot really at watching some of these older films, and having them in 1080p at like high bitrate quality is pretty good. Oh, they did a Fu Manchu series as well. That's awesome. Indicator box sets are legendary. Why are they legendary? What's so good about them? I see there's one here for Mad Dog Morgan, but I don't know what's so special about this. Like, why is this a box set? There's only one film. Out of stock, huh? All right. Number of discs 1, but it's so big. The score in There Will Be Blood is some of the best movie score composed in the 21st century. You'll get no argument from me there. Johnny Greenwood. It's a good one. Speaking of movie scores, what are some of your favorite movie scores of all time? For me, the Halloween score, definitely. The Thing score, definitely. I guess just John Carpenter in general. Ooh, what's another good film score that I really love? I mean, I really love the score in Spencer, although I don't know if it's an all-timer. The Dune score as well was really good, but I don't know if it's an all-timer. Is it lame to say Jaws? That's probably a little lame to say Jaws. Think of something else. Think of something cool. Oh, what's that Orson Welles movie that's got that? It's got the zither in it. That one just kind of like sticks out of my mind because of how weird it is. The Jurassic Park score, that's another good one. My favorite Indicator box set was the Fu Manchu series. Sick. Trailer suggestion, one of my favorite films of all time, The Guest. Yeah, The Guest is pretty sick. We'll watch that in a little bit. I'm just trying to think like what else I had planned for you guys. Oh, yeah. So why don't we run through some news kind of quickly, and then we'll get to some more trailer requests and things like that. Close down Letterboxd. Actually, I wonder, did anyone else subscribe just like while we were doing this? Who avoided the roast? No one has avoided the roast. All those who could be roasted have been roasted. I'm just going to close these other things down here too. Honest trailer. Yeah, we watched that. All right. Probably don't need that or that either. Or that. Nice. Making it all nice and easy. The stream has been so glorious. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. And we're not done yet. Not by a long shot. Some of my favorite scores: The Prince of Egypt, Willow. Oh, Willow. It's so good. Land Before Time, The Holy Mountain, Amelie, The Rocketeer, the Three Colors trilogy. I laughed, I cried, I learned. Well, I'm glad. That's really what I'm trying to do here, although not the crying part. I usually don't like people crying because of me. Keep it going, choo choo choo. All right, no problem there. Here's exciting news. Ari Aster's Disappointment Boulevard and Park Chan-wook's decision to leave are going to be at Cannes. Josephine, I saw that you said that earlier, and I'm glad you brought it up because I kind of missed it. But yeah, it's good to hear that we're starting to get an idea of what's going to be at Cannes. And I'll just remind everybody that I believe the official Cannes announcement happens next week. So if there is like a live video stream of that, I will be live reacting to it. And I think because it's happening at like noon or 2 p.m. in France, it'll be happening in Canada at like 7 or 9 a.m. in the morning. So keep a lookout for that, and I will try to update you on that in the future. But yeah, keep an eye out, because I would love to see what they're actually going to be doing. Did I miss anything? Yeah, Louis said Jurassic Park. That's also a pretty good score. I'm excited to find out the jury members of Cannes. Oh yeah, they haven't announced that yet. I guess we'll find that out on the day, right? Like, they'll probably tell us when they announce the films in competition. I would assume. Just announced Elvis is premiering at Cannes. Is it gonna be in competition though, or is it gonna be like Top Gun 2? Jury combos at Cannes are always fascinating. Yeah, I mean, at a lot of festivals they're pretty fascinating. I remember when Joker won at Venice. The makeup of the jury there was pretty interesting. News: Ezra could be replaced as Flash. I mean, then they'd have to reshoot the entire Flash movie, so I don't know if they're going to do that or not. I'm nervous about Austin Butler playing Fade Ratha, but I trust Denis and co. Yeah, I think you could tell in Rocco. Oh, all right, goodbye. I think you could tell there was like one interview with Denis Villeneuve on the red carpet at the Oscars I saw, and they asked him like, "Oh, do you want to work with Robert Pattinson? Like, wouldn't he be really good in a role for an upcoming film?" And Denis was like, "Oh, I see. You're trying to get me to admit that I want to cast Robert Pattinson in Dune." And in my mind, I'm thinking like, yeah, as Fade Ruth or whatever, Fade Ratha. And I'm like, yeah, Robert Pattinson as that would be sick. Do that. Then you have Robert Pattinson and Timothée Chalamet fighting. Oh, that would be great. That'd be great. But I think, yeah, they already casted the Elvis dude. So I assume based on what I've seen, like, if Denis Villeneuve can get like a nuanced performance out of Jason Momoa, then I think he can pretty much get a good performance out of almost anyone. And I love Jason Momoa as an actor. I love him to death. But, you know, he's kind of a one-note actor for the most part. But Denis Villeneuve got some nuance out of him, which was pretty impressive. Same thing with Dave Bautista. Like, not who I would describe as being an actor with a lot of range. But Denis Villeneuve is able to get a lot of different stuff out of him in a couple of different films. So, I think we can trust Denis Villeneuve. All the Money in the World was completed with Spacey. Yeah, but wasn't that role a lot smaller? Like, it wasn't the lead role? I'm pretty sure The Flash, if you change the lead character, you have to redo the whole film. Also, CSAs is live on the 10th. Yes. Although I did find out, Nick, that the award show on the 10th is going to be pre-taped. So what I don't know is if the winners will be announced beforehand and if it will be a reaction. If so, then I'm just going to avoid that stuff and not see who's won things, so it can still be a genuine reaction to what's going on. But it might be like that information might already be out there in the world. Austin Butler's performance as Tex in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood gives me hope for his performance to be good as Fade. I mean, he's not going to be as good as Sting, let's be real, but I'm kidding. He could probably do better than Sting. Yeah, but they have over a year with The Flash. It's possible. I don't want it to happen though. It depends. Like, they're gonna look at it from a business decision. Has what Ezra has done in the last like 2 weeks, will that still be an issue when the movie gets released in a year? And if they do think it's an issue, is it going to be a 60 to $80 million issue? Because that's what it would kind of probably that's probably what it would take to reshoot the entire film with someone new, right? Maybe more. So yeah. Oh yeah, no, I'm going live on the 10th for sure, because that's a Sunday. Like, I always go live on Sundays, and I will be live reacting to the ceremony. I'm just saying that the results might already be out there, so it may not be like an oh my god kind of ceremony. Although I'm going to try to keep myself away from the results. I also have no idea which categories they're going to be presenting on Sunday, so it's going to be a little weird to prepare for. Timothée Chalamet is Barry Allen The Flash. He might be too busy, honestly, to do that. Did you watch it on 10.5? I lived on Friday night. Loved it. I haven't watched it yet, but I intend to. I absolutely intend to watch that. All right. So I'm going to move us over to this view because, if y'all will permit me, they just released a 1-minute clip from The Northman, which is coming out in a couple of weeks. And I need a little bit more of this movie in my life because I need to know how excited I should be for it. And so that is what I would like to find out right now. So if you want to go into The Northman completely blind, click away, come back in like 2 minutes. But I really want to watch this. and I'm interested to see what you guys have to think about it as well, because I'm super hyped for this movie, like super, super hyped. So let's go. Let's check it out. Oh, this is the spear throwing back scene from the trailer. Nice. Yes. Oh, tell me this is one long take. Tell me it's one long take, Robert Eggers. Yes. Yes. Do it. They're all just catching spears. Holy shit. Yeah, you know, just doing normal things like using axes to climb while you fight people who try to stab you through a wall. There's probably a hidden cut there, but I still love the energy here. They're trying to do this as a one take. And I think that actually leads into a part from another one of the trailers where he jumps off of the top. Now, I will say that mostly looked okay, although I felt like the overall energy in this was maybe a little bit low. And one other thing that kind of annoyed me, like for this doesn't feel like a high energy scene. And maybe that's just because I don't really know what the stakes are. Oh, hello, are you back? I don't really know what the stakes of this scene are, so maybe that is what is missing from this. But I will say that there was like a spear sort of like coming out at Alexander Skarsgard that looked kind of lame. So while he's climbing, not that one, that one, that is kind of like a stunt double being like, I hope I don't hit him. Like there's not a lot of force behind it. It's pretty slow. Like I feel like if it did hit him, it just kind of would have glanced off his head because the guy wasn't swinging that hard. Yeah, that just looks a little bit too choreographed for me, and I think it's kind of like it has to do with the decision by Eggers to shoot this in one take and to try to do it like have this very specific look. It's almost kind of akin to the Phantom Punch in The Godfather. Like it's really only a bad Phantom Punch because of where they decided to put the camera. And this is another instance of that. They put the camera right here instead of, say, having the camera follow in behind him and, you know, you're just staring at Alexander Skarsgard's butt while he's scaling a wall. And then you could have like the shot of the spear coming down at the camera, which would be a lot more dynamic, and the slower movement of the spear would be less noticeable because it's coming right at the camera. Whereas in this case, it just looks kind of like yeah, that I'm not too happy with, but for the most other part, it looks like it's good. And I do love the audacity, I'll say, of doing this as a one take, even though there is like a very obvious cut point in it. Be interesting to see if it's an actual cut point, and maybe that's something that gets pointed out in a special feature somewhere down the road. But yeah, that looks kind of fun. I'm still excited to see it, but some of my ideas about this movie perhaps not having the best action sequences are being a little bit confirmed by this clip, but it's only 55 seconds of what is probably a 2-hour-long movie, so I still have a lot of hope. Still have a lot of hope for this. Northman, I'm waiting for home release. No, Dory, go to the theaters. Fun fact, Robert Eggers' wife is a psychologist. No way. No way. All right. Next thing I wanted to show you guys and watch with you was the trailer for Lux Eternia, which is the new Gaspar Noé film, which premiered at Cannes, I think, last year or the year before, and is only now getting a release. I'm basically doing this because we watched Gaspar Noé's Criterion Closet last week, and I thought this would be a good follow-up to that. But also, the following trailer contains bright, flashing lights and/or imagery that may cause discomfort and/or seizures for those with photosensitivity and epilepsy. Viewer discretion is advised. So if you have epilepsy or have photosensitivity to bright flashing lights, please do not watch this. Come back in like 2 minutes. So with that warning, I'll give you guys another couple of seconds to click away and come back in 2 minutes. Count to 120 and then come back. Okay, here we go. Let's get mind fucked together. Starting off with a Dreyer quote. My
S'il n'y a pas
God.
de musique, et ben s'il n'y a pas de rythme, il faudra pas venir pleurer. Action!
What is this? He was already in a category of his own. Wow, that's a lot of flashing lights. A modern day witch incineration.
Je vais trouver un défaut.
Hello.
Et je vais la virer grâce à ça.
Sois respectable et je te respecterai.
Fuck, that's hard to look at.
I'm going to remember this moment for the rest of my life.
Oh, Charlotte Gates, man.
Mais bon, le film est super beau, c'est pas grave. Mais au moment où tu le fais, la fin justifie les moyens, c'est pas grave.
Seems like he's been using that the last couple of films. I'll go back and show you after it's done. Ah, my eyes are bleeding. God damn it. It's like he goes out of his way to like just make people uncomfortable, like physically uncomfortable. But the shot I was talking about was this, because I believe in the trailer for the film with Dario Argento, he also does this technique where he has two frames side by side, kind of similar to what Andy Warhol did in Chelsea Girls, although obviously doing it in a much different way. So yeah, I don't know what to say about this, but it does have witches in it, so I'm gonna see it because I always love me a good witch movie. Always love me a good witch movie. One sec, having a seizure. I hope that's not true, Nick. I have to feel like that if you're typing that, you're not having a seizure. Had a great time chatting with you as always. Got to go to bed. I have work tomorrow. Josephine, always great to have you in the chat. Please come back on Thursday if you can. All right, all right. Now I'm just going to go on to some quick film news. And this next one has potential spoilers. I've only read the headlines, so I'm hoping that the paragraphs in it don't have any spoilers. I just wanted to make you guys aware that there are spoilers out for something. And that something is the new Fast and Furious movie coming out. So apparently, Jason Momoa blabs and reveals the return of a major villain in Fast 10. And I'm not going to go any further than that. I just wanted you all guys to know... Oh dear, I should probably get this thing back up. I just wanted you guys to know that spoilers are out and be wary of them, because you know there's going to be like articles about this coming out and just telling people like, oh, by the way, this villain's coming out. So whether or not that's revealed in a trailer coming up, I have no idea. We don't have a trailer for Fast 10 yet. But just so you know, Jason Momoa pulled a Tom Holland, and now people know stuff when they shouldn't have known stuff. And then as the last little bit of news, we were talking about this, we were talking about this last week, or the week before, about Iranian filmmaker Asghar Farhadi, who directed A Hero, and he has been found guilty by an Iranian court of plagiarism. So I just wanted to read this a little bit because the consequences here are potentially pretty bad for him. I'm just going to take these off so the cat has less of a chance of chewing through them. Oh, now he's laying down and peaceful. How wonderful for him. I'm not happy with you right now. You look very cute, but I'm not happy with you. All right. Subheadline: the ruling came in favor of Adez Messi Haresdi, a former student of Farhadi's, and her documentary All Winners Are Losers. A twisting human drama of deception and upended reputations, culminating in a reveal of misdoing with rippling moral implications for all involved. As many Twitter users have already noted, Asghar Farhadi's real life has taken on the tragic intrigue typical of his movies in a developing situation regarding an accusation of plagiarism from a former student. The Hollywood Reporter relayed the news that courts in Iran have found the filmmaker guilty of the charges levied by one-time pupil, and I'll just refer to her as a student because I can't pronounce her last name worth anything, who believes the similarities between her documentary All Winners Are Losers and Farhadi's latest feature A Hero are no coincidence. The two-time Oscar winner and Cannes mainstay admitted that his new film dramatizes the same true event detailed as a non-fiction in the student's project, but claimed that he'd researched the topic independently. Judges were unconvinced. Now on the losing end of two rulings, the plagiarism rap as well as the backfired defamation suit he initially filed against the student. Oh, so he lost that too. That I'm actually kind of happy about, because if the student lost that, then she would have been lashed like 70 times. Ferrari faces some potential serious consequences, anything from forking over all income generated by the release of a hero around the globe, around $2.5 million, to possible prison time. It's a powerfully ironic turn of events, considering that both films in question revolve around a man making false claims about the circumstances of his own accomplishments. Wild. While fans of Ferrari's work and devotees of art house cinema will be distressed by this regrettable episode, the Iranian government probably won't lose much sleep over it. The artist has come into constant conflict with his state, often decrying their censorship and challenging artistic statements. After nationalists started to embrace a hero on the basis that it paints Iran in a positive light, Ferrari demanded that the film's submission to the Academy Awards be revoked as a way of clarifying his stance of opposition. Interesting. The Hollywood Reporter piece specifies that Ferrari's legal representation has yet to speak to the press on the present matter, but we haven't heard the last about this, sure to be a topic of further scrutiny as the Cannes Film Festival launches next month. However things may ultimately shake out, it's a grim moment for cinema, not just Iran, but anywhere that art and dissent commingle at great risk. Which, I mean, that last line, I really do love Little White Lies, but it doesn't really seem like that's what's going on here. Like, it's really terrible that Ferrari is going to be subjected to such draconian punishments, but that's typical of the Iranian justice system. But this has more to do about like copyright ownership more than anything else. And like this same instance could easily play out in an American or Canadian or European court. The fact that he plagiarized a story has nothing to do with censorship in Iran. It has everything to do with him plagiarizing something and then saying that he didn't. So, yeah. I mostly always agree with Little White Lies, but I'm a little iffy on that one. And then, just to follow this up, IndieWire saying that the judgment against Ferrari in plagiarism case not final despite filmmaker's apparent loss. So I guess there is maybe a chance for him. Representatives, this is an update from earlier today. Representatives for Ferrari shared a statement with IndieWire from Memento film producers, collaborator with Ferrari on 8 films including A Hero, excerpted here. We firmly believe that the court will dismiss the student who cannot claim ownership on matters in the public domain, given that the prisoner's story has been disclosed in both press articles and TV reports years before the student's documentary was published. So it seems like they're already setting up a case for appeal, which would make sense, especially considering the monetary windfall that this would be, or shortfall, I guess, for the distributors, who would then have to turn the money over to the student. In another update, a day after an Iranian court ruled in favor of the student, the former film student of Ferrari, who claimed stole the idea for his film A Hero from her own documentary, the Oscar winner director has reportedly been found guilty of plagiarism, so that's just what we were talking about. No need to get into that. However, sources tell IndieWire that the guilty judgment is not final. Reports on this matter have conflicted, with the Hollywood Reporter insisting that the judgment by the court in Tehran is binding and not eligible for appeal. Ferrari's lawyer, Kevin Rad, on social media said that the decision is not the final verdict of the court and is considered part of the trial process, and in the continuation of the trial process, the case will be re-examined first in the second criminal court and then in the appellate court. So I guess there is a chance to appeal, although there seems to be some differing opinions on that. So I guess that's something we'll have to keep an eye on, and we will finally, at one point in the future, find out what's going to happen to Ferhadi and what lies in store for him. I hope that he is not hurt physically, which is something that you should never say about a judgment coming from a court. But yeah, that's pretty wild. All right, so what were some of these trailers y'all wanted me to look up? The air cut teaser of what? Of Suicide Squad? Nick, you had suggested something, right? Oh, trailer suggestion. Oh, for The Guest. Right. Let's watch the trailer for The Guest. I have no idea what the teaser trailer for the air cut of Suicide Squad is going to look like. I can't imagine it's going to be that great, but we'll take a look at it. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm often wrong. The Guest is a great movie, though, so let's check that out. Another one that I highly recommend. Definitely pulls inspiration from, like, well, John Carpenter in, like, the 80s music sense. But also pulls a lot of inspiration from, like, Terminator, kind of. Anyways, let's check it out.
Can I help you?
Mrs. Peterson?
Yes?
My name is David. Mrs. Peterson, I knew your son, Caleb. I was with him when he died. That's me.
You know Caleb?
Yes, ma'am. We were pretty close.
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if these songs are going to get me copyrighted.
To tell you
Probably.
that he loved you.
Thanks.
He asked me to check on y'all. And so, we're gonna be good friends.
I would really like to see a sequel to this film. I would really like to see
a fight with some guys at school.
I'll teach him some self-defense when he's feeling up to it. Well, what are you gonna do? Nothing bad.
Ooh, brutal.
For the damages. Never let anyone pick on you. Here, you keep it.
Yeah, giving a teenager a
Peterson,
knife
are
is
you
always
sure
a great
you're
idea.
comfortable with me staying here?
I think it could be a good thing for us.
You know, I promised Caleb I would do anything I could to help your family.
Impure thoughts.
But
I'm afraid I haven't been fully honest with you.
I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been here.
Really, Mrs. Peterson, it's no problem.
Well, it is getting picked up by copyright, so if the stream ends suddenly, I apologize. And given the time of night, I probably wouldn't come back online, but hopefully it's okay. Rocco, get out of there. Hey, out. No. Get out. Being a little brat today, I swear. Okay. Wingard just released the Guest 2 soundtrack just a few days ago. Wait, there is a Guest 2? Official trailer. That looks like a fake trailer to me. Is it being made, though? Like, why would there be a soundtrack for it? Oh, there is a sequel happening, but it won't be what fans want. It won't be what fans expect. That a sequel is happening, but the movie may follow a very different David. Really? I can give you a very concrete answer to that question, which is we are doing something related to The Guest, and it is concretely happening, but it is not a feature film or a comic book because I think that's what people would expect us to do, and I think that's the thing that no one actually wants us to do because I think we actually made a feature film version of The Guest 2, or realistically the graphic novel version would just be a cheaper version of trying to achieve kind of the same thing narratively. I think that could only disappoint people at this juncture because people have to remember that the same weird quasi-original artistic sensibility that caused me to write The Guest in the first place would continue to guide me with a Guest sequel. So what does that mean? So I would likely do something perverse and just have Dan's character be the successful owner of a local hardware store, and the entire story is just about him dealing with a difficult supplier, but in a totally legal and healthy way because he's a totally grown as a person. All right. Oh, no, just the soundtrack. Okay. Weird. All right, let's see if we can find this air cut. It means it's just the soundtrack. Okay, so we're only getting a soundtrack and nothing to go along with it. Air cut trailer. guess it's this one. 4th? I'm gonna go with the one called Aircut.
Alfred, you probably won't believe this. I'm back. Forever.
I did everything you said. I helped you.
You helped me by erasing my mind.
You're going somewhere very bad.
Fan trailer? Oh, what, the first look? The Comic-Con first look? That's the one you're talking about?
It's taking some work, but I finally have them.
See, I thought when you said the Aircut that this was like a newer trailer. And not just like the very first trailer that came out before they decided to change a bunch of stuff. Like
The worst of the worst.
I mean, we've watched a lot of old trailers.
Let's just say I put him in the hole, threw away the hole.
There's rumors, Amanda, that some of them have abilities.
Oh, yeah. I have seen things. Maybe Superman was some kind of beacon for them to creep back from the shadows. I want to assemble a task force of the most dangerous people on the planet who I think can do some good.
Have a good night, Tim. Thanks for hanging out.
They're bad guys.
Exactly. And if anything goes wrong, we blame them. We have built-in deniability.
What makes you think you can control them?
Because getting people to act against their own self-interest is what I do for a living.
Are you the devil?
All you need to know is you work for me.
Good old inverted pentagrams. That's
So
Toronto.
that's it, huh? We're the patsies. We're some kind of suicide squad.
Let's go save the world.
Oh, it just says center. Is that how the Eaton Center always looked back then? It just said center on the left there. Oh, I can see a Cineplex logo. Look at that right there. Can you guys see my thing? That's like the logo for the big theater chain in Canada. That sushi place isn't there anymore, by the way.
You're in so much trouble. Hope you got insurance.
Know what they say about the crazy ones?
Huh? If I'd only see
Oh, I'm not gonna kill you.
Uh-oh. Potential copyright violation for this one, too.
I'm
We're
just
living on
gonna
the
hurt
edge,
you.
everybody.
Really,
Once again, if the stream gets shut down, I probably won't bring it back. See, the thing is, like, a lot of that footage did end up in the cut that we got, from what I recall. And the only thing that they really changed was, like, adding in some scenes that tried to add some, like, levity. And they also tried to make it like Guardians of the Galaxy with all of, like, the music stuff and, like, the character intros for the first, like, 40 minutes of the film. So, like, I don't think that the air cut is going to be able to fix things like Joel... Kickerman or whatever his name is, like, yelling out, "This is Katana," she has a sword that if she kills you, the sword eats the soul or whatever. Like, that would still be in the Ayer cut. Like, there would still be a lot of dumb shit in the Ayer cut. It would be different dumb shit, but it would still probably be dumb shit. So yeah, I don't know if like demanding the Ayer cut or expecting it to be better is the best way to live your life. That line was not in the Ayer cut. How can you know that though? Did David Ayer actually come out and say that it wasn't there? The Suicide Squad was great. The Suicide Squad was also horrible. I mean, I like the new Suicide Squad more than the old one, certainly. The Ayer cut wiki? What? Like, on Wikipedia? The following are some notable ideas and subplots that were filmed but left out, as well as several reshoots and script alterations that took place during post-production. The first 40 minutes of the film were cut with sections of it potentially being used for the flashbacks in the film. The third act was changed, with the Joker originally having influence within it, with the majority of Leto's scenes being omitted from the theatrical cut, which upset Leto. Diablo would have originally survived. Harley Quinn, Slipknot, Batman, Enchantress, and Katana originally had larger roles, with Katana having become possessed and attacking the team at one point. A romance between Deadshot and Quinn was removed. Scenes showing Harley and Joker's abusive relationship were cut from the theatrical cut. A Killer Croc line was added for theatrical cut without Ayer's input. Jeff Johns added Quinn being an accomplice to Robin's murder to the theatrical cut. Parts of the original score were replaced with pop songs for the theatrical cut. I mean, that part would definitely be better. The final cut was taken away from Ayer and instead handed to trailer production company Trailer Park Incorporated. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, it certainly would be a different movie. Whether or not it would be a good movie, I have no idea. Who can really say? But like I said, there is just stuff in here, stuff in the original that would not be great. Like, there's nothing in here that fixes Cara Delevingne, like, just hula hooping in the final sequence of the film as like a demon, and nothing in here fixes the fact that the demon guy is like your big bad at the end, and it's just kind of silly because you have just a bunch of CGI getting thrown at the screen. So yeah, I appreciate your passion for it, but I just don't think you should expect anything to happen, and if it does happen, I wouldn't expect it to be good. The Snyder Cut was certainly better than the Whedon cut, but once again, just because that one was better doesn't mean this one will be better. And I think fundamentally, the basic film that we got with the Ayer cut with Suicide Squad is just worse, because a lot of this stuff happened like after the film was already shot and done, right? Whereas I believe Zack Snyder had to leave production partway through Justice League due to personal issues, at which point Joss Whedon took over and then redid stuff. So the Snyder cut was more Zack Snyder being allowed to finish his film, whereas with Suicide Squad, they were trying to make the film something different than what it was after it was already finished, which leads to its own problems and things like this. So, I mean, maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't be good. I have no idea. We won't really know until we see it, and we probably will never see it because I can't imagine that the WB, Warner Brothers, would give in to another demand like this. Yeah. And of course David Ayer would say it's not his film because, like, it's bad. Like, no director, given the opportunity, would say that it's bad. The guy who directed Fan Force Stick says that it's not his film and that it didn't get put together the way that he wanted to. It could also be that he shat the bed directing his first big-budget superhero film. Yeah, that's it. Maybe it's that, maybe it's something else. Who knows? We don't. That's kind of the point. So go ahead, like, continuing to try to get the Ayer cut released. I'm just saying, curb your expectations, because just because the Snyder cut ended up being better doesn't mean that this will end up being better. It also probably depends on whether or not WB wants to, like, give the money in order to let this happen. Like, you got to remember, with the Snyder Cut, they paid like what, 50 to 70 million extra dollars to like finish it off and bring the cast back. Would they do that with the original Suicide Squad, especially after they brought in what's his name, James Gunn, to basically reboot it and make the Suicide Squad, and now you have Peacemaker, and now I'm sure we're going to have another season of Peacemaker, maybe another The Suicide Squad. Like, it's going to be... I honestly think that this film will just be forgotten. This will kind of be like the DCEU's Incredible Hulk. Like, they're just going to kind of pretend that it never happened. And that is... and that's basically that, you know? Go on trying to get it made, go on trying to get it cut out, but these are different circumstances with different movies. So yeah, it's gonna be a different one. I'm probably not gonna look up all of these different like cut differences. I'm honestly not interested in that right now, Louis. So apologies, but not what I want to be looking at the moment. Hey, look, some guy. He's streaming about movies still. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, this live stream's actually gotten more views than we typically get, so maybe the click-through rate's been decent on this. Maybe I'm figuring it out. Maybe I'm finally figuring YouTube out. Alright, I'll probably just go back to this view. So I can't think of anything else that I wanted to do on this stream. Recorded everything I wanted to record, talked about everything I wanted to talk about. Is there anything that you guys wanted to talk about or see that is not related to DCEU projects? Because I'm trying to think. I also did start following a bunch of different... I tell everyone I can about this stream. Well, thank you very much for that, Paul. I appreciate that. Hopefully we start seeing some of your friends in here, too. That'd be pretty sick. But I did start following a bunch of different film essay channels, so I may start bringing some of these into the stream in the future. Probably going to be looking at this video, A Beginner's Guide to Robert Eggers from Little White Lies, like before The Northman comes out, so I'll have to remember that one. It's also kind of interesting. I like how the Film Drunk does Asian reviews, everything all at once. Like, he sort of does the reviews from the standpoint of like Asian representation and how he feels about it. I think that's a pretty good series, so we might check some of that out as well. Yeah, I guess actually a better way to look at it would be over here with all the different channels that I'm now following, which you guys can't see. But I expect to see stuff from like Nerdwriter, Now You See It, Dr. Erdrew, who I've already shown stuff from, the Cinematarchographer, TIFF Originals, Little White Lies, Ryan Hollinger. Patrick Tommaso is one that I'm interested in looking at because it seems like he focuses mostly on superhero films, but it looks like he does them in... I mean, his thumbnails are really good. That's basically what it's coming down to for me. Actually, it looks like he doesn't do much film stuff. Oh, interesting. It's sort of like half and half between film criticism and like camera stuff, which is wild. Cinema Therapy is another one I'll be doing. Every Frame Painting, Cineflect. Lessons from the Screenplay, although I don't think he makes movies, or I don't think he makes videos anymore. Maybe he's doing other channels. Yeah, probably. What else we got here? Oh, Yara Zod. Put out a new video, Yara. I want to see a Yara Zod video, a new one. Yeah. Couldn't have one good Leto teaser with 1917 cut teaser, but you give me AR cut teaser. Thank you. Everything looked better in that Suicide Squad teaser. Even Leto's performance looked awesome. I mean, like, he's only in the trailer for like 3 seconds, and that part of the performance is in the original Suicide Squad cut. So once again, I don't know if it's going to be better if you ever get your AR cut, but there you go. So yeah, I think that's going to be it for me, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. Just a reminder that I will be streaming again on Thursday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we will be doing the weekend movie preview along with some other stuff, I'm sure. Please make sure to come back to the channel tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, because that's when I will be releasing the very first Letterboxd roast. You'll be able to see that. And I'm going to be doing the framed videos every day as well on the YouTube channel and on TikTok, so you can subscribe to both of those and see the framed videos. Although you guys already know what the framed video for tomorrow is going to be. it's me trying to figure out if or what the hell Oh Brother Where Art Thou is. So yeah, I guess I have to tweet at TCAT or the Toronto Critics Film Critics Association, and let them know that I won't be applying because I didn't get it on the first try, which I'm very sad about. I'll get there one day though. I'll get there one day. And then on Sunday, I will be live streaming again at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And on that live stream, I will be live reacting to the Canadian Screen Awards. It's going to be a lot of fun. I don't really know what to expect from it. I don't know if all of the winners are going to be leaked and released, but it's an award show to react to, and that's always kind of fun to do. So please come back for that as well. And also on Sunday, after the CSAs are finished, I will be talking about all the films that I saw over the weekend. I wonder what I will be actually talking about, because I think I'm going to try to watch Sonic the Hedgehog tomorrow. And then I'm going to probably see Sonic 2 over the weekend, and I might also try to go see the new Fantastic Beasts movie, because early reviews from what I've seen are saying that the new Fantastic Beasts are better than the other two, but still not as good as the Harry Potter movies, which makes it sound like they are like perfectly in the middle for me to just like sit down in a comfortable chair and watch stupid things happen for 2.5 hours, but it'll still be made in a way that won't make me feel disrespected as a viewer, aka what Morbius did. Yeah, I just want to do a quick check, make sure I've got that all right about what's coming out this weekend. Oh, Ambulance is coming out this weekend, not Fantastic Beasts 3. So yeah, I probably will go see Ambulance, because it's been a while since I've seen a Michael Bay film that wasn't a Transformers film, and maybe somehow he's turned into a good director again, and he's doing things like he did on The Rock. Of course that's not going to happen. I'm going to hate this movie, but I am kind of interested in seeing it. And we'll be watching the trailer for it on Thursday when I come back and do the weekend movie preview. So until then, I wish you all a... Get out of here, cat. What are you doing? Jesus. I have to go make sure my cat is not going insane, because apparently he kind of is. So thank you once again, everyone, for watching. Thank you for being here. And I will see you again on Thursday. Have yourselves a good middle of the week, and watch some more movies if you can. Where's the thing where I do goodbyes? All right. Cool. I'm out of here. Have a good one. Later, guys.
Get off my plane.
He's looking at you, kid.
I have been, and always shall be, your friend.
The Force will be with you. Always.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Hasta la vista, baby.